All right. Hello, everyone. I'm your keeper for tonight, different from DM, Matt G. And welcome to Slices and Dices. Again, today we are doing our first Friday night session, which is where we'll be doing from here on out. We'll be doing all of our streaming on Fridays now, at least for the time being. And tonight we'll be doing Call of Cthulhu with our returning cast of characters, -1 and +1 for right now. -1 in that our friend Alex is currently in transit due to some transit difficulties, so we'll be seeing him soon. But +1 in that we have a new face that has joined us here in Slices and Dices. Vanessa, would you mind saying hello to our friends here on the channel? Yes. So we have Vanessa here. Vanessa will be joining us as one of our characters here on Call of Cthulhu for tonight. And perhaps, if she survives, will maybe be joining us hereafter. But we'll see. Because Call of Cthulhu is, it's dangerous stuff. So we'll see how things happen. Hopefully we won't drive anybody insane. Or will we? That said, tonight we'll be playing a adventure in Call of Cthulhu called Genius Loci, or Genius Loci, I think.
Sure it's not Loki?
It's pretty sure it's not Loki. It's L-O-C-I, Loci.
I think it's loci.
Loci? Thank you.
Because it's the plural of locus.
And what does anyone have any Latin offhand? Does anyone know what the sort of translation is? If not, then
Location,
so
I think. Because a locus is a location, and
Okay.
loci would be the Latin plural of location. So locations,
Okay. Fair enough. Let me see if I can.
I think.
Let me. Hey, those in chat, if you know the actual answer to this, like what is a
Get it,
genius
chat.
loci? I'll tell you what I know just from a simple Google chat. Google search. In classical Roman religion, a genius loci was the protective spirit of a place. It was often depicted. Yes, exactly. Thank you. It was often depicted. Okay, I'll just stop right here. Because we're gonna lose the spirit of this game, which is
Come on.
spooky, right? October's already passed, so we can't sort of like call upon this sort of spookiness.
Well,
of-
technically, in the 1800s, it was you would read ghost stories. Look at Christmas Carol.
This is true. This is 100% true.
Say what?
Yeah, Christmas Carol's a ghost story.
It is.
Oh yeah, 100% a ghost story.
I mean, come on, Talron. He's
I'm
met
just-
by 3 different ghosts in the evening, right?
4, actually, Marley.
Oh, that's true. Thank you.
So yeah. Yes, locus has a Latin origin for place. Thank you, the Newbie Lord. I appreciate you helping
Good
us out.
point. Wherever Sarah is.
Also known as a location.
Location or
Locale.
place. So genius, right? The thing that we normally attribute to that of people who have an enormous amount of intelligence, seems to have an alternate meaning, such as the animate spirit of said place. So that is genius loci. There you go. That's the meaning of this particular Call of Cthulhu adventure.
Matt, you need a soundboard that can do lightning strikes every time you say that.
What is this like?
Genius loci.
Genius loci. Frau Blucher. Nay.
Okay, we should probably get in the mood.
Yes, I agree.
Setting.
Yes, we can't be silly because Call of Cthulhu is not about silliness.
You're right. I forgot.
So let me go ahead and reintroduce the characters that are here, that we have returning from last time. Right above me here is our dear friend Roscoe Freeman.
Hey.
Hello.
Played by Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan. Welcome back.
Glad to be here.
And
Thank you for
Roscoe, tell us a little bit something, just for those of you who may be joining us. Who is Roscoe Freeman? What is his? Give us a two-sentence introduction of who Roscoe is.
Roscoe Freeman is the possessor of a beautiful mustache and Deals in antiques in New York City.
Excellent. So he's an antiques dealer. Okay. To my top left, we have Madame Eudora Adler, played by Sarah. Sarah, can you tell us a little something about Madame Eudora?
Yes, Madame Eudora also lives in New York City, in Greenwich Village. She fritters about on the fringes of New York's elite society, thanks to the connections of her late husband, as well as puttering around with the denizens of Greenwich Village. And she is also a medium.
Is she a real one, or is she sort of like a phony medium?
She's a little bit of both. She is in fact a real medium, but she also plies her trade for money and the amusement of her wealthy friends.
Awesome. Fantastic. Okay. Moving down here to the bottom left, we have Henry Clade, played by Scepter. Scepter, would you mind telling us a little bit about Henry Clade? Professor Henry Clade.
Professor Henry Clade.
Professor, sorry.
Well, as you can see, I'm a professor, more of a historian of sort, and also likely bookworm as well.
Okay.
And from the time to time, he's more of a family man who is watching over his mother and his brother because someone has to take care of people. But yeah, he's also live in New York as well, over in the Queens. So.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. We're going to skip over our new member because we'll be finding out about her in a very short amount of time. And going down here to the bottom right, where you see our friend Dr. Nathaniel Winthorp, played by Chris. Chris, could you tell us a little bit about Nathaniel, Dr. Winthorp?
Very important. Make sure you. Yes, I'm a doctor of marine biology. I studied at Northwestern University. I was born in Chicago, Illinois. I've spent the past 6 months in Boston University doing research in deep sea ocean exploration, as well as spending some time doing some lake exploration up in northern Wisconsin or along the Canadian border.
Great. Cool. Up here at the top right-hand corner, Alex will be joining us, but I'll just give you guys a brief introduction on Alex's character, Bill Willoughby. Bill. William Willoughby.
Good old Bill. Love Bill.
Bill?
I'm quite fond of Bill.
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 William.
Yeah. So,
William.
yeah, which is pretty hilarious. But Bill, Bill Willoughby is well, I mean, he was sort of an enigmatic character when you guys first met him. And then it turned out that he was a federal agent in the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and turned out to sort of be an undercover agent. Also a crack shot, alongside alongside Madame Adler as well. But yeah, Bill.
A girl needs hobbies.
Very true. But
Important skill to have.
Bill Willoughby essentially was tasked with investigations of strange matters, things that other members of the Bureau probably didn't have the time or inclination to get involved with. That said, that is our cast of characters. And we're going to go ahead and get started, I think, where we are. If you guys, I'm going to just give you guys 1 second of complete blank screen here because I have to go real quick and shut a window. You ever been in a situation where you're like, I know that the window's open because I can feel it, and it's cold. It's almost December here, folks. It's just like floating in, and I can feel this cold window.
New York winter.
Yeah, it's getting pretty cold. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut the window live on stream, and then run right back and get things started. So
I'm gonna run for a second too, so I'm gonna race you.
You know what? On your marks.
Yes.
Get set.
Get set.
Go.
Oh.
Oh, Matt screwed up.
I swear we are all professionals here.
Yes, chat. Don't worry. We are all trained professionals. No one shall be injured in this endeavor. Hopefully, and hopefully we don't focus in on something funny on Matt's camera or a cat. Yes, come on, hero cat. I think that's hero cat.
That is indeed a cat.
Ha! He beat me.
Yes, he did. Barely, though. But you had a cat on your screen, Saris.
I did. I bunked her with my headphones.
Is that Hero Cat?
That's Hero Cat.
Yeah, I thought so.
I made it, folks. Did I beat her? Okay.
You did.
Just barely.
You did.
Sweaty.
Just
You're sweaty, Matt.
It takes, you're gonna run halfway across your house
You
to
have
get a
big
window.
house, Matt.
I was gonna say, much bigger than mine.
I mean,
I
you definitely see me running if I had to run across the house.
There ain't nobody got time for running.
All right. So
You got time for that.
nobody has time for that. All right. Let's go ahead and start then. So, players, welcome to 1926. It's 6 months since you have experienced what you experienced in the late cold months of 1925. It is now March of 1926, and some of you, after that particular night, have had recurring visions and dreams more akin to nightmares, and have had to seek professional help in order to expunge these visions from your subconscious. So, of the 5 of you, excluding Alex, so that would be 4, actually, now that I come to think of it, he messaged me and told me that he would not do this. He doesn't believe in these sort of things. How many of you, that would be Roscoe, Eudora, Henry, and Nathaniel, how many of you have actually been to psychotherapy in the last 6 months?
Oh, I think I probably have.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, I admit I have spoken with someone.
Okay, that's 2.
I mean, I barely. Well, concerning my survivability, but the fact that I barely lost much in terms of sanity and whatnot, I think I'm okay-ish.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, so Clade decides that he'll sort of take a natural way of things, of having it progress. How about Roscoe?
If there was someone I would speak with, it would have been my good friend George Cassidy. But he's currently sitting 10 feet beneath the ground.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so Roscoe chooses not to go ahead and undergo psychotherapy. So in the 6 months, the way that the rules work with Call of Cthulhu is, if you intend to regain sanity using psychotherapy, you simply make psychoanalysis rolls. So if you guys go ahead, that would be Eudora and Nathaniel. Go ahead and go into your sheets and let us know the results of 6 concurrent psychoanalysis rolls. Tell me how many successes you got.
Oh, God.
Ugh.
Is this a green or a purple?
This would be green.
Oh.
0.
Okay.
Oh my
I see 6
God.
rolls and 6 fails. Holy crap. Okay.
I'm probably going to be just as bad.
It makes sense, right? Because your value is 1. And chances are, at this point in time, you probably will not get psycho.
Wow.
Nope,
so
nothing.
all of you
I
guys,
mean, you have to roll under a 1.
well, you'd have to get
Yeah.
a 1. But the good
Yes.
thing
Yeah.
is, that because you had 6 months of this, the 2 of you who attempted to do psychoanalysis, you raise your psychoanalysis roll by the amount of failures that you achieve.
Oh,
At least that's
sweet.
the way I homebrew psychoanalysis, because if you
I
don't
love
put
it.
anything into it,
It's never going to get better.
it's
So
never
we
going to
go
get
up
any
to
better, right?
7.
Exactly.
We go up to 7.
So everybody goes
So-
up to 7 for psychoanalysis.
Well, Eudora
Um,
and I go up to
Yes.
Right, those of you
Oh, yeah.
who rolled it. Exactly.
If I may ask, how is my sanity looking, like in terms of total?
Well, let's take a look here. For example, let's take a look at everybody's sanity right now, actually, come to think of it. So right now, Nathaniel, your current maximum sanity is 89,
Correct.
but your current sanity is 63 points.
Ooh.
Eudora, your current maximum sanity is 94. Your current sanity is 82 points.
Yes.
Professor Clade, your current maximum sanity is also 94. Your current sanity, however, is at 57 points.
Ooh.
Really? I thought I had more than that.
Nope, 57. Bill's current sanity is 89. Sorry, his current maximum sanity is 89. His current sanity is 63. And Roscoe, your current maximum sanity is 94, and your current sanity is 57. Now, some of you are thinking, why isn't there sanity at 99? And the rationale is that once you get involved, and some of these people have, with the Cthulhu mythos, your sanity drops by the same number of points that you have Cthulhu mythos in. And the first experience of a Cthulhu mythos creature or object or what have you is usually 5 points down. So when they dropped from 99 down to 94, their Cthulhu mythos went up 5 points. Some of these individuals have already had previous experiences with the Cthulhu mythos prior to our first session, which was a sort of thing that we ruled with them because they had experiences, shall we say, which I allowed as a keeper to give them that. But they have, of course, had to have had the reduction in their maximum sanity and the increase in their Cthulhu mythos. So some of them have more than 5 points in Cthulhu mythos. We'll find out more about that soon.
You know what? Should I? I know we said that I probably psycho, but now that I'm thinking about it, should I just do it anyways?
Sure, go ahead. Why not?
So you said roll the green like 6 times?
Yes, please.
1.
Oh!
Hey!
You son of a
So
gun.
wait. Okay, so hold on. So wait.
That's sanity.
Yeah, you're rolling the sanity button.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I'm glad that you rolled it. That you know how to roll the right button at least. You didn't roll the purple one.
You said sanity.
Psychoanalysis. It is a skill that you'll see under your main skills.
Oh.
Yes.
And here come the fails. Come on.
I mean, the chances of him failing are 1 out.
Oh, I need to roll.
99 out of
Yes.
100. Yeah, at this point in time.
Okay, 1.
Yep.
2.
Yep.
3.
Yep.
4. 5. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So no problem there, guys. So no sanity increases for you guys, but your psychoanalysis does increase to 7 as well, Doctor.
Is there no detriment to not seeking it?
When you start to increase your psychoanalysis past 1, and then you fail, your sanity can actually go down. But if your sanity is at, if your psychoanalysis skill is at 1, and you undergo psychoanalysis for a period of time, you really have nowhere to go but up, essentially.
That's somewhere.
Right. The way it works in game technically is you're supposed to find a shrink, right? A psychologist or a psychiatrist, and then the psychiatrist rolls their psychoanalysis skill against the patient. But since we have no psychoanalyst or burgeoning psychiatrist here that I can just handily grab and roll psychoanalysis off of, I like to have it roll against the patient and then have their psychoanalysis skill raise up. Make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
So that's that, guys, for everybody's psychoanalysis and what they've been handling in the last 6 months.
Getting to grips with.
Yeah, exactly, in terms of what's happened. Let's go quickly through the last 6 months for each of you. Let's start with Madam Adler. What have you been doing in the last 6 months?
Well, aside from a bit of honing my firearms skill and feeling a bit unsafe in the darker corners of the village, it's been mostly business as usual. Been puttering about. I did visit Roscoe a few times. Still haven't purchased that chair, but I'm thinking about it. Very much enjoy sitting in it. It just gives me a nice warm feeling. Spent a lot of time there, particularly after my not terribly successful psychoanalysis appointments. Definitely need to find a new doctor. That one was terrible.
It's a process, as they say.
It's absolutely a process. Avoided a visit home for the holidays because who could be bothered? Transatlantic journey on a boat just didn't seem terribly appealing to me after the events of last fall. And that's really about it. Did take my own boat out on a few short trips out into the Sound, but That was really, really all. Spent some time out on Long Island. It's lovely in the winter. Nobody's there. That's really, really it.
Okay.
Quiet time.
Very nice. Mr. Freeman, Roscoe, what have you been doing for the last 6 months?
Largely, it's business as usual. It's a rather quiet holiday season. There was maybe a few people coming in, taking a look at things. Fortunately, no one really asking about strange artifacts that were catching my mind as far as I can remember right now. Madame Eudora's visits were notable in that it was nice to have the company. And given the events of last fall, I began to dust off a couple of items from a time that I would have rathered not have to return to.
Interesting. Any thoughts about George?
It was a bit of a time to come to terms with what happened and losing a friend, even though he was such a terrible fool. And after maybe 3 or 4 months and maybe a trip to a speakeasy, Roscoe has found a little bit of resolve.
Do you still go to that speakeasy?
Maybe once a month.
Interesting. Moving down, Professor Clade, what have you been doing for the last 6 months?
Well, besides the usual book studying and decided visiting that therapy person, quite confusing to deal with for sure, but it's been the same so far though. Seeing as what we just dealt with recently, I couldn't help but secretly try to go through a lot of books about the kind of stuff that we encountered from months ago. Just it was ever so fascinating. Though the problem is the fact that from every kind of book place I could find, there's nothing regarding those things we've seen at the lighthouse. Though I've kept all this to myself mostly quietly, it bugs me. But regardless, I mean, things are fine. Mother's doing well in terms of her health, and my brother, well, he's doing well in college so far.
Excellent. Great to hear.
Yeah.
Dr. Winthorp, what have you been doing these past 6 months?
Well, I have thrown myself into my work. Been doing a lot of deep sea exploration and trying to push the limits of what our technology at the time is able to accomplish in search for, not really sure, but
Where are you doing this deep sea exploration?
off of the Boston Sound. I'm still currently at Boston University doing.
It must be quite cold.
Field. I've noticed I prefer the cold now. Something keeps pushing me, driving me forward. It's the psychoanalysis didn't really help. It was nice to at least talk about it, but I didn't find solace in my doctor. I feel I must find someone maybe closer to my degree, shall we say.
Understandable. We'll find out a little bit more about what happened to Bill Willoughby when he joins the scene. But now we're going to switch to a scene in New York City. The camera pans in on a sort of relatively snowy street in New York. You see cars driving by through the snow, and the camera focuses in on a young man walking through the snow with a bundle of parcels. And he's sorting through them, and he's wearing sort of a heavy woolen coat and a relatively sturdy wool cap, face weather-worn, and he's sorting through his parcels, looking up at the addresses, and eventually walks up the steps to 1342 Chase Street, which is the address of one Miss Vera O'Day. And he checks the letter in his hand and looks up on the number of people on this particular building and pushes a weather-worn button next to which says O'Day. And he goes, bzzz.
Hello, yes?
Hello, is this Vera O'Day's residence?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I've got a certified piece of mail here for you. I just need you to sign for it, please.
Oh, yes, I'll be right down.
All right.
And open the door.
Okay. It's a cold day in March. The snows have not yet receded, and the wind sort of blows in as you open the door. And this man in his sort of like early 30s with a 6 o'clock shadow sort of hands you a letter, and it is addressed to Ms. Vera O'Day.
Thank you.
Oh, it's no problem.
And
I'm sorry. I just want to let you know I'm a big fan of your work.
Oh, how generous. Well, thank you very much.
I've never actually heard your voice before. It's quite pleasing. Ha ha.
Here's for your trouble.
Oh.
And give him a coin.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Miss O'Day. Have a lovely day. And he
You as well.
spins and walks down the steps. I'm going to now in game. I'm going to give you a handout. So here we go. If you look now on the right-hand side, you will see under handouts a letter. Let me just give it to you. Where is it? Yes, here we go. I'm actually going to show this to all of you so that you can all at least see the letter that Vera receives. So, would you do us the kindness, Miss O'Day, of reading this letter to us, please?
Dear Vera, as you know, I have recently committed myself to this state hospital at Danvers for a little mental recuperation after my most recent foray into the supernatural. I have made a terrible error in selecting Danvers. I am in great physical, mental, and spiritual peril here. There is a wrongness about this place. They will not let me leave. I must sneak this letter to you as they read the mail here. Please come and recover me from this dreadful place. It would be wise for you to bring companions, as coming here alone is a mistake. Your friend, Larry Croswell. Oh, how terrible!
Now, Miss O'Day, you know Larry Croswell because he's an author. He actually is he's kind of an older gentleman. He's dapper in his appearance. He likes to sort of style his mustache and sort of wax it. And he's a little bit he likes to find humor in almost all things. But what he does find most intriguing is folklore around things that have happened in and around the United States. He specializes in that specifically. He's planning on writing several screenplays on perhaps something similar to things that happened in New England folklore, superstitions and the like. He's ever in the pursuit of the next legend or ghost story. So he finds those kinds of things quite humorous. He is a lifelong bachelor. Never made a move on you. He's not not that kind of a gent, if you catch my draft. But he maintains a loose network of friendships and contacts across New England, you being one of them. What do you wish to do?
Well, I run to the telephone.
Okay.
And I call the operator.
Okay.
To try to get a hold of Mr. Crosswell's publisher.
Okay.
This is the first I've heard from him in quite a while.
Sure.
This is very concerning news.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the letter itself is as you can see scribbled in pencil on this sort of rumpled sheet of lined paper, and you see that. Well, actually, go ahead and make a spot hidden check for me. First roll of the game here, folks.
Drum roll.
How do I? Oh.
There's a little button that says spot hidden. Go ahead and hit that green button next to it.
I love everything in alphabetical order. Also, hello, Alex.
Oh, goody.
Okay.
Alex has joined the audio.
It's at the top of the third third column.
Yeah, top right. Yeah.
Okay.
Woo!
Ooh, nicely done.
Excellent. Okay, so those of you who in chat, you will see, unfortunately, that the screen has shifted a little bit while Alex joins us in. Yes, exactly. In the Zoom, but we'll be switching that.
Oh my god. What is behind him?
Well done.
Is it a sandworm?
Yeah, we're going to need to change that because that is not on brand. So, yeah.
Copyright infringement.
Let's change that around, Alex. Thank you so much.
I'm at my dad's house right now.
I appreciate you being at your dad's house. Thank you for joining us. Okay, great. Yes, let me see if I can move things around while Alex changes his background from the sandworm to something a little bit more ultra appropriate.
Put Cthulhu up there.
Yeah, that would be great. That way we know exactly what's happening. With a hard success, actually, you notice that the letter itself was sort of hastily shoved into this envelope.
Is there anything else in the envelope?
No, beyond the letter, no.
Okay. So this feels like a very urgent letter, and I am in between pictures right now, so I haven't gotten any sort of pressing matters.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking it would be very unwise to write him back based off of what he said. And having not been able to reach his publisher over the phone, I'm starting to think that perhaps maybe I shouldn't be reaching out to anybody yet, because who might have caused him to check into this
Fair enough.
hospital. So I'm starting to think about who our mutual friends might be.
Okay.
That we could trust.
I would say, I mean, you do maintain a certain degree of respect with Madame Eudora Adler. She does sort of run in the same circles as you do.
Yes, and she did mention to me when we were at the speakeasy last that she had been considering psychoanalysis. I think she might have some knowledge of this hospital.
Okay.
So, yes, I asked the operator to give her a call.
Excellent. After a certain amount of time, 1920s technology being what it is, you are able to ring the residence of Madame Eudora Adler. Ring, ring. Actually, I should get a good sound effect for that. Hold on one second.
Call from Miss Vera O'Day for you, Madame Eudora.
Adler. Hold on. I've got to get one here.
Be right back real quickly.
Yeah, sure. Here we go. There we go. Madam Adler, your phone is ringing.
Madeline, love. Are you near the phone?
I'm sorry, madam. I'll be right there. You just hear, and she picks up the phone. Adler residence? Yes, I have a phone call from a Miss Vera O'Day for a Madam Eudora Adler. Would you accept the charges? Miss Adler, it's Miss Vera O'Day.
Oh, darling, absolutely. I'll be right there.
Yes, we will accept the charges. Thank you. For you, madam.
Nice.
Hello, Vera, darling. To what do I owe this pleasure?
Oh, Eudora, dear, how are you?
Oh, hiding away from the cold. Oof. Can't stand this bloody snow. But, there's a nice fire and I've got my library.
Oh, that does sound lovely. I've just had the most peculiar letter from Mr. Roswell. Have you heard from him lately?
No, and I'm really upset. We had such a delightful chat about European folklore last time I saw him. It has been ages. We were supposed to get a drink, and then I never heard from him again. I assumed he was off on one of his adventures.
I did as well. Last I'd heard he was planning to travel, but I've just had this strange letter, and it says he's in the state hospital at Danvers.
Oh, God, whatever for?
Well, he says he's checked himself in, but he no longer wants to be there, and they won't let him leave. And in fact, he's asked me to go there and suggested perhaps to bring some companions, and I immediately thought of you.
Well, I'm certainly glad you did, but that seems... Danvers is a dreadful place. I looked into it briefly myself, but the entire thing just gave me the creeps. You know what? Hold on a moment. I want to check something. I'm going to pull out my deck of cards here.
Okay.
And I want to see what they say. And I flip over my tarot cards.
Okay.
And just so everyone knows, we've got the moon.
The moon. Ooh.
Which is the present.
How interesting.
And yes,
living in the now.
Which is double dealing, deception, and trickery.
Oh, fuck.
Ooh.
For the past, we have the Queen of Pentacles.
What does that symbolize?
Which is thoughtfulness, intelligence, and talent.
Oh.
And for the future, the Ten of Cups.
What does that symbolize?
The Ten of Cups symbolizes friendship.
Aww.
That bodes pretty well, I would think.
That certainly does seem like Larry. I mean, he is obviously an intelligent, talented man, and something is clearly afoot. And I can only assume that this vision of friendship in the future says that we must do something to help him. The cards never lie, darling.
Oh, that gives me great comfort. It sounds like a positive outcome if only we could get to him. I've never been to this hospital, and truly, I'm not even certain why he reached out to me, but I do think we must do as much as we can.
Well, he's always had a bit of a soft spot for you, darling, and I can drive if you like.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Excellent. Did you want to go now, or do you need to prepare? I don't know. I have nothing going on, obviously, but I don't know. Your life is so much busier than mine.
Oh, well, as winter comes in, things slow down a little bit for the season. So I think I do feel great urgency from this letter. It's causing me most concern. Would you mind if I just pack and come and meet you soon?
Absolutely, darling. I'll have Madeline throw my things together and we can be off this afternoon.
Oh, thank you.
And do dress warmly. It's frightfully cold out there.
Very sensible.
All right, I'll see you soon, my love.
Click.
Okay. You hang up the phone. While we have this sort of interstitial conversation, the camera switches to I'm going to go ahead and say a bar where Bill Willoughby
Look at him.
sits nursing. How far in are you, Bill?
Well, this is Bill. Bill's really far.
How far in drinks wise, I wonder?
He drinks all day. This is
Just another hour.
This is his version of psychotherapy, right?
Yeah.
This is his version of psychotherapy. Exactly. He's not been doing too well the last year.
Well, it's been 6 months since you had your little unfortunate happenstance up at Beacon Island. What have you been doing in the last 6 months?
Well, I've been
He's
running.
been talking to various people that are above him. Right?
Very important.
Investigations and doing things. Keeping keeping a low cover.
Okay. I'm assuming that Bill wouldn't be the kind of guy to go and talk about his feelings a lot.
No, Bill just gets drunk.
Yeah, so like this whole like idea of a head shrinker, like that's not his thing, right?
Nah, he doesn't do head shrinkers.
I mean, you had bad
You
have bad dreams about these fishy things that came out of the ocean trying to kill you, but you dealt with them pretty well. So I don't know.
Yeah, he drinks and then he sits at the bar and he has conversations with interesting people like the doc, and other folks.
Yeah, I have corresponded with Bill via letter.
Excellent.
For sure.
You are aware, Bill, that Dr. Winthorp is performing various scientific exploration off the coast of Boston. It's about 6 months, as I said, since you saw him in the flesh on the island. It's now March of 1926. So the winter has not yet left the east coast of the United States. It's still very cold, still very rainy. You do, on the other hand, especially in this particular dive bar, see face-to-face Roscoe Freeman every once in a while. He sort of comes in from time to time, maybe once a month. Grabs what's your drink of choice, Roscoe?
Whiskey, 1 ice cube.
Any specific brand?
None, but it's got to be a bourbon.
Excellent. So, Bill, you see Roscoe sort of trudging out of the cold, his overcoat, and he sort of shakes off his hat, hangs it on a hat stand, which they used to have back then. They still occasionally do. Takes off his scarf, sort of waves the snow out of it, hangs it also up on the hat stand. And bartender says, Mr. Freeman, good to see you again, sir. I think your friend over here has been a little bit 3 sheets to the wind, if you ask me.
Well, I would be surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah, well, at least he pays me.
Mm-hmm. Usual?
Hey, Roscoe. How you doing? How you been?
I've been good, Bill. How are you?
Yeah. That's a deep question. What are you doing in town?
I work here.
Like I said, 3, maybe 4 sheets to the wind.
I forgot. I just haven't seen you in a month. How's everything been going? You heal up good?
Well enough. Trying to keep the bones nice and warm and inside my body. And especially down by the docks when the wind comes in, had to oversee some particularly interesting crates of items from Asia.
Really?
Yes, a couple of interesting artifacts, mostly porcelain, I believe. Nothing too interesting so far. Still making my way slowly through it.
Sure you're gonna find some customers here and in this area, some other area. You want some whiskey?
I would be delighted to have some.
I already got you, Mr. Freeman. Here's your one ice cube special. Here you go, buddy.
Thank you. Bill?
As his hand fades into the background.
He phases through the door.
Wrong game.
Clink.
Sorry.
You guys clink glasses, and yeah.
It's been a while since I seen the doc. I hear he's off the coast of Boston Harbor somewhere doing some scientific research. You heard from him lately?
I have not heard from anyone, really, except for the madam, who continues to visit my shop every so often. And any who happen to find whatever's in my window curious. Haven't really heard from the professor either, although I did find a couple of books that he might find interesting. Not sure how deep the library on certain histories are that are not American or European, particularly Southeast Asian. Those are particularly hard to find.
Man, I'm gonna have to ask for some of your help here.
Sure.
Because I'm just finding it hard to improvise today.
That's okay.
So is this Prohibition? Are we in Prohibition?
No, it's 1926.
26.
Prohibition started in in the 30s because that was post stock market.
We
crunch.
wouldn't be drinking at a bar.
In the 20s, you should be perfectly fine drinking in a bar.
Right. I mean, if we were right. So am I still doing what I was doing before, which was
That's up to you.
help me, man.
Yeah, you were an FBI agent looking into
So
the
what if I-
strange and odd occurrences within the northeast sort of corridor.
So Roscoe, you seen any strange shipments come in?
No, we're
lately? Any
in
strange
Prohibition. It was
things?
1920 to 1933.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in a speakeasy right now.
So,
Yeah.
Prohibition started in when?
I just looked it up because I thought you were wrong. In 1920 to 1933 was
See,
Prohibition.
I thought that's
So they would be, but there were speakeasies all over New York,
Perfect.
all over.
Perfect.
I've been to a few.
everywhere.
Okay,
So we're in a speakeasy.
that makes sense.
Yes.
Thank you for
Yes.
the history lesson.
You're welcome.
Legal. That I do all the time. It's really illegal.
You're an FBI agent. You can
But,
get away with it. Who cares?
Yeah. Roscoe, you seen any strange shipments come in lately? Any strange crates?
Not that I'm aware of, although Keeper, have I seen anything particularly unusual or anyone asking questions?
You haven't per se, although it's very strange. Through the past 6 months, as you've stepped out of your shop, you get the feeling every once in a while that there are things or people, you're not sure which. You just get this weird sort of shiver down your spine about things across the street, or maybe you wake up in the middle of the night, you look out your window, look across the street at the cars parked there. You get the feeling that you might be being watched.
Nothing out of the ordinary, Bill. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary.
Have I encountered anything in my investigations, Matt?
It's been a slow 6 months, I'll be honest, Bill. Since Beacon Island, and since your survival of that awful affair and your encounter with the strange, mysterious man who offered you respite from that place in return for your silence, who you have not seen since. And upon asking around within the Bureau, about this individual who never gave his name, you have not been able to do... Well, you've not been able to successfully find anything about this man, as if he doesn't exist.
It's been a slow 6 months, Roscoe. It's been a real slow 6 months.
It has, Bill, and that slowness, I gotta say, it's starting to drive me a little crazy.
Same, but you know what the remedy for that is, right, Roscoe?
Prescribed once a month.
Clink! And the camera cuts from Roscoe and Bill in this bar
Nice job.
to a completely different environment, also in the northeast coast, or the northeast of the United States. It's actually a very stately manor house. And the camera sort of pans away from this bar in New York to this manor house, and the camera pans in the door and sort of gently pushes to the left, and there is a dinner party going on. There are several people sitting around this table. Most of them have very sort of they're very well dressed. One has a tux and it walks with a cane, sort of slicked back hair, mustache very finely pressed. His assuming wife, as she is greeting the guests cheerily and guiding them to the table. And then the doorbell rings. Ding dong. A stately butler appears at the door and opens the door, and there, standing in the doorway, is Dr. Nathaniel Winthorp. Dr. Winthorp is dressed in his finest attire.
Yes, Dr. Winthorp, you are expected. Please let me guide you through to the dinner quarters.
Thank you, Dodgson. Continue. Thank you.
Yes, the Vanderbilts are awaiting you, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was caught on the boat this afternoon. Please lead the way. Take my jacket if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
How have you been, Dodgson?
I've been well, sir. Thank you for your inquiries. Let me, please. Do you have your hat, sir?
Of course.
Takes his hat, takes his jacket. The dinner is actually essentially already in progress, and as you enter the room, the Vanderbilts, one at each end of the table, are hosting quite a swanky, lovely little party. And as you enter the room, no one stands up for you. The older man at the head of the table sort of raises his cane head and says,
Yes. Come. We were waiting for you quite a while. Started without you, old boy.
And I see the chair to his right is empty.
It is, in fact, and there is a little place setting for you that says Dr. Nathaniel Winthorp.
Yeah, I walk quickly down, nodding at, looking at a few people as I go.
None of them acknowledge your presence. They're all just sipping their chilled soup in the middle of the wintertime, which makes no sense.
Vichyssoise.
Yes, exactly. Oh, this is delicious, don't you think, dear?
Oh, yes, it's very, very good. Please, do have a seat, Winthorp.
Thank you. I sit.
Terrible matter about this weather, don't you think?
I don't know. As I seem to be getting in my older age, I feel that I prefer the cold.
Yes, that's wonderful to hear. Anyway, Winthorp, I was meaning to talk to you about something. By all means, you may start. I'll speak and you simply listen. Does that sound fantastic to you?
I look
Great.
at him real quick and I get the butler's attention. I just go. I give him a little signal that he knows for Scotch 3 fingers.
He wordlessly just turns and moves into the den where all the alcohol is stored.
Great, thank you. and I sit back in my chair and prepare to live.
Excellent. Vanderbilt's sort of he doesn't mince words. I mean, he's Vanderbilt for a reason, right? He expresses to you that he wishes to invest heavily in Boston University. So much so that he intends for a section of the campus to be essentially named after him. Maybe even create a university of his own one day. And he intends for you to be dean of that university.
Where are you planning on building this campus?
Somewhere in Massachusetts, I mean. I don't see any reason to bring it here in the New York area. It's all just going to be urban sprawl after a way anyway.
Well, what do you want to be its main collegiate exploration?
Business. I want a university that is all about the founding and maintaining of businesses.
Entrepreneurship.
Absolutely.
Who would you get to teach the classes?
Well, that's where you come in. You would, of course, be dean of students, or dean of... I don't know how this whole university education thing... all I know is that it brings in a hell of a lot of money.
Yes,
Look at Brown, look at Harvard, look at Princeton, for God's sake.
Yes, long-time established institutions that have made a large sum of income over the years, educating our youth, yes.
Yes, well, I've brought in a secondary individual who may have a word on the matter. He's due here in a moment. I don't know where the bloody fellow is.
You look to your right, and there is still an open place. And there is a little place setting with the words Professor Henry Theodore Clade.
I give the signal to the butler again for bringing another
The butler
one.
has already come in, and he's got like a drink in his hand.
And
just
I
like,
take it out of his hand, and I go, one more, and I put it to the side next to me. So I put the one that he gave me on Clade's spot.
The butler looks down. He looks at you and says,
And I just...
Very well, sir. Yes, I'll be right. Yes.
And he turns and goes to the other room, into the den. Professor Clade, it is a cold and blustery, snowy night as you arrive in your somewhat beaten-up jalopy to the palatial estate of the Vanderbilts. You were summoned by a letter which your mother gave to you and was extremely excited to deliver to you about a few days ago, stating that you are expected at the Vanderbilts' estate. Excuse me. On such a night at such a time.
Being so caught in books. Fucking late. I'm looking at the time already as I'm approaching.
It's 7:37.
And I was supposed to arrive at like
7 o'clock.
Half an hour. Shit. Come on, was there? God damn, it's cold. So yeah, I guess at this point I'm like approaching the doorway.
Yep. There are many cars there, most of which are much nicer than yours, and they're all lined up in a row. You see one that looks like it's a Rolls Royce. It's the newest top of the line, Phantom 1. Gorgeous car.
Compared to my poor...
Oh, your poor Model T, unfortunately. It's not even yours, it's your mom's.
Is there a place with a park?
I mean, it's a family car. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do see other cars that don't seem to be of the same ilk, and you do happen to see an individual standing in an area wearing a thick, heavy coat with a large sort of Sherpa-like hat on and enormous mittens, sort of like guiding you into an area.
Yeah, I approach him.
Your car comes to a halt.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh jeez. I just.
Your car. Yeah, she's broken.
I'm aware. I've been meaning to get this repaired at some point.
You are guest of Vanderbilt?
Yes.
Okay, you go into Vanderbilt Mansion there. And he points to the gigantic house, like on my home.
God. First time being in summer fancy. Right. Thank you. I guess I'm supposed to hand him the keys.
Why are you handing me keys? They are your
Never
car,
mind.
yes?
Yeah, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah.
You walk up to the door.
Yeah.
Push actually back in the 20s they didn't have like the doorbells. They had like those like pull bells that go like yeah. No. Or they had like those big those giant like knocker things. Like the
Oh my.
I guess I.
What knockers?
Huge tracts of land.
I just look at the puller. Questionable before I just grab hold of it and then just ding.
Yeah, it doesn't make like a single ding. It's like it makes this sort of mellifluous set of chimes that go off above your head, and you see that there's like 13 bells all arrayed in a row, and they all sort of like go ding dong 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 dong. And the door immediately opens, and there's a stately butler with a sort of effete look on his face.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Professor Henry Clade.
Yes, we have been expecting you. Please, do wipe your feet.
Sure.
May I take your coat, Professor Clade?
By all means, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Puts out his arm. Put the coat over it.
Right.
You're expected in the dining room.
Which way is that?
That is to this way, sir.
And he points to the right.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Winthrop, you hear the sort of puttering and stuttering of Professor Clade as he sort of enters the main.
Has my drink arrived yet?
Your drink has not arrived yet because the butler has been at the door getting Clade into the house.
I just take my drink back real quick
Okay.
and just take a little sip.
Perfect. Okay.
I just kind of lean back and just kind of look and be like, I just sip my drink like, where is he?
Fantastic. Right. So, Clade, you enter the room.
Oh, there he is. Yes. Come in there, Clade.
You see a sort of older gentleman wearing a tuxedo.
I actually stand up when he comes into the room and acknowledge him. And
Oh my god, I see him, right?
You definitely see him.
Oh my goodness.
the good
Am I-
Professor Clade. Hello,
Oh my
sir.
god. Nathaniel Winthorp. I come on over, grab his hand, and just like pat him on the back. It's so
Oh,
good
we're
to
huggers
see
now. Wonderful. Good to see you, old
Good
boy.
to see you too. It's been quite
Have a
some
seat.
time.
A drink for my friend, please, Dodgson.
Yes, of course. Be right back, sir.
Faster than the last one, Dodgson.
Yes, of course, sir. My deepest apologies.
And I sit down and I look over at Vanderbilt. Is he like chowing down on a chicken leg or something?
Pretty much. I mean, he just has no regard for any of you as actual human beings.
Once he starts eating, just keep your hands away, you know.
But
How are you?
I've been doing all right. Just I'm a little tired under the eyes these days, you know.
You need to
Very-
relax. Here, have this drink.
Yeah. What is this?
3 fingers, whiskey, up.
Can't you have room for this drink?
Just drink it.
All right, I take a sip of it.
It burns as it goes down your throat, but it's pretty good. I mean, like it's been a while since you've had a stiff drink, especially in today's societal.
It'll warm you right up there, Clay. Don't you worry about it.
But
Oh, yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's you don't see this kind of quality stuff with the feds looking through everybody's stuff for alcohol.
Yeah, I don't think my mother's ever had me drink this kind of material. Thank you.
You're welcome. Put some hair on your chest. Here, have some water.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Well, right down to business. Clade, I was just speaking to your acquaintance here, Winthorp, about how I'm intending to create at least a wing of Boston, or if not, if they won't have me, because they can't take my damn money, then I'll just create my own damn university. Call it Vanderbilt.
A university.
Yes, Vanderbilt University. What do you think of it?
All
Right, Clade. He wants to at least invest money in Boston, and if not in Boston, then Well, he wants to build his own damn campus.
Where?
Got enough money. I mean, look at this place.
You're very insightful, Winthorp.
Well, you make my fortune look like pennies, old boy. Come on now. No.
I mean, it's far more than anything I could ever.
Right. Well, if I can't have it here and
Clade,
there.
honestly, hold 1 second, Vandy, just a second. He wants me to be dean of this, whatever we decide to do. So, are you game? You want to head up a couple classes, teach the kids old Shakespeare or something?
I'm sorry, Dean?
I'm gonna be the dean. Don't you go after my job, old boy.
No, I'm that's question mark.
What school do you want to be a part of there, Clade?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean by dean.
Dean of, well, there's going to be multiple schools at the university, right? School of Business. That's what Mr. Vanderbilt, excuse me, it's been a long day, here really wishes the university to be focused on academically is the building and maintaining of business. Am I correct in that, Vandy?
That's quite all right. Yes, Winthorp, yes.
Right. So, what would you like to teach the young minds and sculpt? Personally, I'll be doing biology, marine biology, zoology, botany, all the classics.
I mean, I've always been one for the history.
Well, then there we go, Vandy. We have our first official dean of the School of History.
Right, well, as long as it makes me money, I don't care what you guys do.
Just
Work it
think
out.
about this, Vandy. You make a lot of people on the business side of the school, right? Everyone wants to come for business, but you can expand your horizons and get sciences and historical individuals that aren't key.
Right, you talk a lot, Winthorp. I'm here because I want specific things from you.
Eat your chicken, Vandy.
No. Just listen to me 1 second, Winthorp. I want you and Clade to do me a solid if you intend to be deans of this college.
What's a dean?
I have my eyes on
a
little town in Massachusetts. It's not far from that place where where was the place where they burned all those witches? What was the name of that?
Salem.
Salem, that's the one. Yes. It's a town near Salem. It's called Danvers, Massachusetts. I have my eyes on it. I want you two to go there and check it out and make sure that that's the perfect place for it.
I look over at
Is the land available?
Oh, yes, and if it's not, then I'll make it available.
I look over at...
old son of a gun.
It's the way I work. It's worked for years, ever since my grandfather Cornelius made it so.
I just look over at Nathaniel with a concerned look. Like...
Well... Don't worry, Cade. We'll be fine. Fine. If it means a lifetime of academia and a paycheck from you, Vandy, forever, for the rest of my life, well...
No, don't worry, I'll make it worth your while as long as it makes me worth my while.
Well, I mean, having smarter students and whatnot certainly will deem useful in terms of business growth.
Very true there.
Excellent, so it's settled.
Okay.
I've already bought you tickets for the tomorrow's train.
First class, Vandy.
Of course.
Good.
You'll be getting off at some station near Danvers. It's called Asylum Station. I don't know why, but such is life.
You drive me crazy.
You're very funny.
Vandy, do you have a car to pick us up at the rail station?
Yes, I do actually have a car. It's not a great one. Not like the ones I have out the back.
Does it move?
Yes, of course it does. It's a car, you dimwit.
It's a car. It'll do, will it not?
Yes, you'll have to drive it, though. It's parked right across from the train station.
Oh, fine. Clade can do that.
You driving?
How did you get here? You don't have a driver.
Of course I can drive.
Good. You'll be driving.
Great. Business is out of the way. Enjoy your meal. I have to go to the bathroom. And he stands up and he grabs his cane and he just like hobbles out of the room. And he grabs the arm of Dodgson and Dodgson. Yep. I mean, it's a great meal. Beyond the bullshit that has happened at the beginning and the rather daunting potential of what you're supposed to be doing.
hey, you're meeting with the Vanderbilts.
I can't say I've ever been to quite an exotic establishment.
Really? Wow.
No, I've always just loved a small, humble lifestyle, pretty much.
Stick with me, Clade. You'll be seeing all sorts of different new stuff then. I take a nice big piece of my pheasant and I eat it.
Excellent.
Huh.
Okay. Anything else?
Clade, you look like you got something on your mind. What's going on?
I've been doing okay for the most part. Just seeing therapy. I mean, these days. I mean, it hasn't really been all too grand so far. You know, ever since. You know.
Henry.
Yeah.
Let's not speak of
I know. I know.
Not now.
I know.
We can speak of it later, but peering eyes and prying ears, yes?
Yeah, yes, of course. Sorry, I'm just restless these days.
Have another drink, my friend. We have a long road ahead of us.
I agree, especially. I'm sorry, business. Just focus entirely on business.
Entrepreneurship. Think of it as a building of the community, yes?
Yeah, I just think. I'm sorry, the lack of education, though?
Well, we'll sprinkle in academia. He knows business and making money. And that's what he's interested in. As long as we can give it a good philanthropic goal, I think we'll be in good shape.
Well, I'd rather not be sued over, well, how dumb the students become, so.
Well, little hope of that with Harvard and Yale and all Boston and university as well still being around. It's if he really wants to build a university, he's gonna have to make a name for himself.
I just find it is a rather bit of a strange, out of character, don't you think?
Vandy?
Yeah, for him to make a university also.
Oh, well, he's a very eccentric man, of course. I mean, to acquire such wealth at such speed requires a great mind.
I mean, I don't think I could ever see myself with that kind of money. Sheesh.
Well, not on your own, at least, no.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah. Just... Oh, Lord, I need more coffee.
Dobson?
And then the camera cuts from there to back to Vera O'Day's apartment. Vera, very quickly, did you intend to leave that evening or did you intend to leave the next day?
That evening.
Okay.
So I was so shaken up.
Oh, totally.
And just truly wanted to connect with Eudora and show her the letter.
Okay.
See what she thinks.
Absolutely. So night comes apace, and you have your, I guess you pack, right? Mm-hmm. And packing a small suitcase, right? Because you're able to go to her abode, and therefore thence on to Danvers in her car. As you leave your apartment, you open the door. It's a cold night. It's brisk. The snow has stopped. It's left a white sheen on the pavement, and it's only because the snow is so white that you do happen to see a brown manila envelope on your doorstep that wasn't there this morning.
Well, it's very peculiar that there would be some mail left here, elected by the superintendent. So I pick it up and I flip it over to read the name to see if it's addressed to anybody.
It's not addressed to anyone.
Well, curiosity is getting the better of me, but I don't want to be stuck out here in the cold.
Of course.
So I tuck it in my travel bag.
Okay.
And I hail a taxi.
Okay. Taxi comes sort of slowly onto your street, pulls over to the side of the street, and allows you entrance to the cab.
Wonderful. And I give them the address of Madame.
Okay.
And as we are driving, I pull the envelope out.
Holy shit.
And I open it to see what I can make out
Sure.
in the dim lights.
Yeah, in the dim lights of the evening, you open up the envelope, and there is another letter. This one, again, I'm going to show to everyone. It has a letterhead, which is Danvers State Hospital official letterhead. Would you mind doing us the favor, Vera, of reading it to us?
Danvers State Hospital. Dear Vera, please disregard my earlier letter to you. I was having an anxiety attack. Everything here is fine. Do not come here. I need more rest and counseling. Thank you. Sincerely. No signature. It's just typed.
That's correct.
Oh, I'm very glad that I picked this up. I wonder what Eudora will make of this.
Make a knowledge roll. The way you make a knowledge roll is either choosing on your character sheet. It's usually int, intelligence, or education, depending on which you're higher in. And so just hit the green button next to.
Probably education.
In this case, yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you got a 91. I'm going to go ahead and say, well, that's a fail, unfortunately. But I'm going to go ahead and say that based on this is not really an educational question, go ahead and roll int on this one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, an 85 fail. Something, I'm not going to tell you exactly why you failed, but I'm going to say that something is very strange about the fact that there's no signature on this letter. Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't seem like he really wrote it. But if he was able to smuggle the letter out, then maybe it's not from the hospital writing it on his behalf. But this is also confusing. I'm going to have to show it to Eudora and see what she thinks.
Fair enough. The camera shifts away from this cab, Vera with a very sort of strained look on her face, to Madame Eudora's apartment. Madame Eudora, you've been on the phone with your old buddy, Roscoe Freeman. You felt that it was, especially since the phone call from Vera, that it was important to bring friends, according to what this individual, Larry, had stated. If anyone could figure out what's going on up there in Danvers, someone with a keen sense of intuition like Roscoe, or maybe even Bill, if you had to bring Bill into this kind of thing, if only for the bronze of it, those two guys might be worthwhile speaking to. But at the moment, you're talking on the phone with Roscoe.
Roscoe, my love, how are you today? How's my favorite chair?
Oh, hello, Madame Eudora. Your favorite chair does miss you. It's been a little bit longer than usual since you've come by.
I know, love. It's this bloody cold. I can't seem to get myself away from the fire and out of the house unless it was absolutely necessary, even for my favorite chair.
Understandable.
But actually, on that note, what would you think of a little trip to Massachusetts?
Well, as long as it's not to that place on the coast or the island.
God, no, absolutely not. Never again. I wouldn't dream of it. This is something rather, a good friend of mine called me up recently and received a very disturbing letter from a mutual friend of ours. Do you know Larry Crosswell, the writer?
Do I? Keeper?
Go ahead and make a knowledge roll as well, yeah.
Would it be
I would say int.
int?
Mhm.
Okay.
Nah, you haven't heard of him. Maybe his milieu is not in your circle.
Unfortunately, I haven't.
Oh, well, it's actually a shame. You'd probably really enjoy his work. Brilliant writer about American folklore. I consulted with him a bit when I was working on my master's thesis, just comparing European and American folklore. Want to see if there was any interesting crossover. I'm sorry, I'm getting away with myself. But the point is, well, he seems to have committed himself to the mental hospital in Danvers, and he wrote her this very unsettling letter that they weren't going to let him leave. And she wants to go and check on him, and I have said, of course, I'd go with her, but I just feel like, well, you know, she's such a sweet young thing, and just the two of us ladies traveling on our own seems maybe not the best idea. And I thought, well, you know, you're such a bright man, and such a keen eye for detail, that maybe if you would come with us, you could lend us a bit of that magical insight of yours. What do you think?
You flatter me, Madam Eudora. I would be happy to accompany you. The shop is not too busy at the moment, and, well, my most recent shipment has been sitting in a temple in Siam, I think, for a few hundred years. I can wait a few more days, not a week.
Brilliant. Oh, I don't imagine we'll be gone longer than a day or two. It's really just going to check up on an old friend, make sure everything's okay. We could even bring Bill, I suppose. You see him every now and then, don't you?
The camera shifts from Roscoe's perspective to Bill Willoughby passed out on a couch in Roscoe Freeman's shop.
Yes, I do.
Well,
I'm sure he'll be delighted in a little bit of an adventure.
well, you know, just in case they seem to be a little reticent, having some law enforcement on our side might not hurt. I don't know, rather excited for this little adventure. Almost looking forward to leaving the house.
Mm-hmm. His backup certainly fits the bill.
Oh, Roscoe. I like you enough to let you get away with that, you know.
Thank you, Madam Eudora. So when will we be setting out on this trip?
We were going to head out tonight. Vera's on her way here. Does that work for you?
That works fantastic. I will see about our friend, and I'm going to just look over to Bill, and then what other vessel that might have liquid in it?
I mean, there's a flower pot.
Excellent. Well, just swing around mine when you're ready, and Vera and I'll be here waiting for you.
That sounds wonderful. See you then.
Brilliant. Ta love. Click.
And I guess we can cut the camera, but you hear a sound of water splashing.
What the fuck?
So, Bill. Turns out that we don't have to wait any longer for something interesting to come around.
What's going on?
Well, the good madam has requested our company to a little town called Danvers.
In Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's in regards to a friend of a friend who, you know what? I'm not actually sure how much detail I do have, but
You could as well make a.
Who's the friend?
Yeah, if you want, Roscoe, you can go ahead and make a knowledge roll regarding Vera. This one I'll give you a bonus die because she's relatively well known.
Will be intelligence?
Yes, intelligence. So go ahead and roll the purple one. Yeah. All right. So yeah, with a purple with a bonus die, you get a success. So yes, you are aware of who Vera O'Day is.
Yes. So we'll be accompanying Miss Vera O'Day.
Do I know who she is? Keep her.
You can make a knowledge roll as well. I would say, based on your current inebriated condition, I will give you a penalty die. So hit the purple button under int.
Everything for me comes up as a T.
a T. I'm not quite sure I know what that means.
Hey, there you go.
Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say that unfortunately with everything, even with the bonus die, you do not know who Vera O'Day is.
So Roscoe, who's the friend of this Vera lady?
It's a Larry Croswell, some sort of writer. It's neither here nor there, but he's up there and apparently asked for help and suggested that the madam and this Vera O'Day bring some friends.
Can I do a check on that, man?
Yeah, sure, go for it. Int roll. That one, go ahead and roll that with again, unfortunately, until you get out of your stoop. Go ahead and roll that with. Oh, and even with this, impressive. Okay, so even with a penalty die, it's still a success. So maybe in your spare time, Mr. Willoughby, you read articles or sort of trashy pulp novels about.
No, man, my intelligence is pretty high.
Oh,
so
yeah.
is my education.
Oh, yeah. That's fair enough. So, I mean, Larry Croswell's an author. He's sort of like into writing about mysterious folklore of New England. So maybe you know of him pretty well.
So your friend Vera, she's friends with the guy, the writer.
Yes.
The folklore writer.
3 very famous individuals in that sort of social circle are all friends, and one of them called for the other 2 to come up and bring their friends to help get him some assistance.
Now, Roscoe, as much as I'd love to run back up to Massachusetts with you, you are going to bring a gun this time, huh?
I made sure to become prepared.
Why not? I mean, nothing's going on at the office. And, I've just been getting drunk for the last 6 months. So just get drunk with you guys up there. Let's go check up on this writer. I haven't seen him put out a book in a while. He's very into his folklore.
Maybe I'll take a look once we perhaps meet the fellow.
You should. It's good writing.
Noted. All right. So I guess I will slowly try to help Bill to my own old car.
Okay.
I got a car. Perfectly good car.
Your car's still at the bar. I would think.
You got some water?
I'll give him some water.
Okay. Okay, very good. A few, I would say a scant, 30 minutes to an hour later, Roscoe, you're driving to Madame Adler's house with Bill in the back seat. Vera, by that time you have arrived at Madame Adler's house, and you're welcome to converse with her, show her anything, discuss anything with her until Roscoe and Bill show up.
Oh, it is so cozy in front of your fire. I totally understand why you don't leave.
Hardly ever. It's just so delightful in here and warm. Oof, cannot stand the cold anymore.
Oh,
so, darling,
I'm so glad that you invited me to come here because I've just felt so chilled, not just because of the weather outside, but since I received that letter, I'm so concerned for dear Larry, and the most peculiar envelope was also on my doorstep as I was on my way here, and I'd like to show both of them to you. So this one, the crumpled one, arrived first, and then this on the letterhead was what I discovered just as I was leaving to meet with you.
Darling, that looks terribly suspicious. Do you want me to roll anything for this, Mr. Keeper?
What exactly do you want to know? What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to figure out if it... I mean, I would imagine I don't think Larry wrote the second letter, but... Don't figure out anything deeper on that level.
You don't know Larry that well, but I think you could make a psychology roll And that might, I would say a psychology roll probably would inform you better.
All right.
Okay. It's difficult to say, right? You don't know Larry Croswell very well, but I mean, you get the inkling that something's not right, clearly.
Yes, I really... You know what, darling? Let me just do what I always do, and I'm going to turn to the cards and see what they have to say. I think we'll just do a simple cut deck. Ooh. Ace of Cups reversed.
What does that mean?
That... Sorry, I'm cheating a little bit here.
That's fine.
Egotism, selfishness. Well, that certainly doesn't sound like Larry to me at all. I mean, despite his absolutely brilliant mind, he's always been such a kind man and not terribly full of himself. No, I'm going to say my gut is correct. I don't think Larry wrote the second letter at all. But you know, well, we can show them some other friends of mine. I hope you don't mind, darling, but his letter did say friends. And I've invited a few acquaintances of mine to come along with us. I do think they'll be quite helpful. And you know, not everybody wants to listen to us ladies, so I think having a few strapping young men along our side might prove fortuitous, should things come to any sort of argument. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, I think you're muted.
Yeah.
You are. I thought that was me for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, spacebar.
There we go.
I still can't hear you.
Still, yeah.
I can hear her.
Discord.
Hello.
Let's see. She might be muted in Discord. Yeah, let me unmute her.
Oh.
There we go. Now
there you are.
Thank you. That was very sensible. Are you sure you trust these men?
Very quickly, apologies. If you unmute yourself in the Zoom video, then mute yourself again in the Zoom, so we only hear you in Discord. Beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely, darling. I would trust these gentlemen with my life. Let's just say I've been in a tight spot with them before, and they both proved very handy in the moment.
Well, it will be a relief.
Okay.
Am I still muted?
No, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. Oh, it would be a relief to have some extra people involved here, because I just am so unsure of what we're going to walk into once we get to the hospital.
Well, the only way to find out is to go. But, darling, the one thing I'm wondering is, why do you think Larry wrote to you? I mean, I know he's always had a soft spot for you, but of everyone he knows, any idea why he might choose you to come and help him?
Well, we have had many discussions, you know, staying up late and conversing over cocktails, and I do feel we know each other fairly well, but I was just as surprised, to be honest. He's such a dear heart. I do hope he is okay.
As do I, my love. Perhaps he wrote to you because he knew you were a dear heart as well and would want to help him.
Oh, you're very kind.
Ding dong.
The
doorbell rings at Madame Eudora's apartment.
Madeline, love, please.
Yes, dear.
I really don't want to leave the fire.
No problem, madam. She walks to the door, opens the door. There, standing in the doorway, are two men. One sort of tall, bulky, wearing a hat. The other wearing glasses, a very fine mustache, like top of the line mustache. And we see Bill Willoughby and Roscoe Freeman standing on the doorstep.
I'm just gonna nudge Bill a little bit. Hello.
Hello. How can I help you, gentlemen?
I believe Madame Eudora is expecting the two of us.
Oh, you must be Mr. Freeman and you must be Mr. Willoughby.
Correct.
Okay, yes, please, come in out of the cold.
Thank you.
Miss Adler,
and...
Madam Adler. I keep messing up on that choice.
Lovey, you know it's fine. You can call me Eudora. Just send them in. Thank you.
Yes, right. Get in there, for God's sake.
All right, walk in.
Describe your abode to these individuals.
The home itself, it's a smallish townhouse, but it's very cozy. There are books and knickknacks literally everywhere. There is not a single surface that doesn't have at least 5 objects on it. And right off the front door, you're led into my study. It's a small room. It's kind of cramped, but there is an enormous roaring fire. It's probably about 80 degrees in that room. And there is a love seat and 2 very cushy armchairs sitting sort of in a semicircle facing the fire. Vera's in one of the armchairs, and I'm sort of lounging on the love seat, but I immediately sit up and make room next to me for one of you. Wave you over. There's a little tea service on the coffee table with tea and coffee and probably lots of cakes. do you have a sweet tooth? And a large crystal ball right in the middle of everything.
Excellent. All right. You guys see that. You also, yeah, you guys, and you see Eudora. She's in the corner. She's talking with a very sort of young, attractive individual. Neither one of you really know who this person is. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't say that. Did you guys?
Roscoe knows.
Yes, Roscoe knows of her. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm sober now. If you want me to do another check, I can do another check.
Did you roll for Vera? I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know who she is.
Yeah, you don't know who she is.
He said he was sober now if he wanted to roll again.
Based on the fact that he failed even with the bonus die.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah.
No, I failed with the penalty die.
No, you failed all 4.
Yeah, fail. The first one was the 4 fails with the bonus and the penalty die. And then the next one was success, fail. So you knew who Larry was, but you have no idea who Vera is.
Well, hello there, Eudora. It's been a bit.
It's been a while, then. Oh, staying inside, staying warm. Can't stand the cold anymore. How are you doing, my love? You look like you. Yeah, well, like you. Pretty sure it's the only way I've ever seen you, to be honest. But come on in, have some coffee.
Sure. Pass me some coffee. So I hear Roscoe tells me that your friend, and I imagine this is your friend Vera.
Oh,
Vera,
bless
nice
me,
to
I'm
meet you.
the worst hostess. Yes, Vera, this is Bill Willoughby. And this is my lovely friend Roscoe Freeman.
Good
Bill.
evening.
Yeah. So she tells me you know the writer that writes these books on folklore, Mary. And that he's gone missing or something? Okay.
Yes, I received this very concerning letter. I might as well just show it to you. As you can see, it's all crumpled and it's very unlike him.
Keeper, can I do an education on this one since I know who he is and I've read his books?
What are you attending to do?
I wanna look at the letters. I'm looking at the letters now. I see the second letter, right? And I want to see if this letter is written in the style of his writing.
So the second letter isn't written in a style at all because it's typed out, and there is no signature.
Yeah, I know, but
You mean
writers use
linguistically.
certain language.
Oh,
when
I
they
see what you're saying. Yeah. Let me see if there's an appropriate skill. If not, then we'll go with education here. Let me just see. Good question though. I would say you could make a.
Library or education.
Yeah. I'll just go with the straight education roll. That's fine. Okay, success. Yeah, you notice that, first of all, it is very stilted language, the second one. The first one is very sort of flowing and congenial and has a lot of lugubrious language to it. The second one is very sort of stilted and harsh and to the point. Something else that you notice is that from your experience of understanding who Larry Croswell is, Larry has stated in several different interviews that he never writes manuscripts using a typewriter. He always writes Well, he actually dictates, to be honest. He dictates his manuscripts from longhand to a typist, and that typist would type things out when he would do his novels.
So, let me tell you what I think, and then you guys can, think about it. Larry tends to write everything longhand and then have it dictated out. Now, the first letter is very much in his style. The second letter, well, this ain't Larry at all.
I agree.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Furthermore, in the second letter, it appears that he refers to himself as Lawrence to you, when you certainly know him as Larry. And by the way, Miss O'Day, I'm a great fan of your work. Please don't take offense to this, but your voice is certainly different from what I thought it would be.
Oh. Well, one day perhaps the pictures will be talkies.
That
Perhaps
would
one
be
day.
delightful, wouldn't it?
Well, I do think you gentlemen are very astute as to your intuition with these letters. I mean, indeed, I've never known Larry as Lawrence, and I do know that
Second. I'll be right back.
he does dictate to his typist, and I'm just very glad that you're here. It seems as though together we might be able to get to the bottom of this.
There certainly is something to get to the bottom of, too. To get to the bottom of, that's for certain.
Yeah, the only problem I got is going back up to Massachusetts. I don't know, in the company of Eudora here and Roscoe and this young, lovely Vera. Very nice to meet you. Seems like it could be interesting. I just recommend everybody come on this time, going back up to Mass.
Oh, well, darling, you know that I always am.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, you mean Vera here? Darling. Vera, love, have you ever shot a gun?
Oh, once or twice.
Oh, well, I might have something lying around. I'll take a look.
Oh, surely we shouldn't come to that.
I know, it's better to be prepared, I would say.
Given our luck.
Now, darling, don't be cynical.
He's not being cynical.
I, for one, think that everything is going to be fine.
Optimism's always good. You want to drink, Vera?
Well, the Eight of Pentacles says we're going to learn something on this trip. It's up to us what we do with it.
Denver's a place of learning. I wouldn't have thought that.
Whiskey, anybody? Whiskey. Pulls out his flask.
Oh, what the hell. I tip a little bit into my tea.
You want some whiskey with a coffee or tea?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why not?
There you go.
And I can't fit 4 of us into my car anyway, so I suppose we'll have to take a train.
We can take the car. I got a Ford Model T. It's almost brand new.
I have a Model A, love, but I'm just saying it'll be a bit cramped for 4 of us.
It's a spacious ride, but okay, we could take the train. And I don't know what train runs in the middle of the night, but Keeper, then trains run into Mass in the middle of the night?
Unfortunately, not in the 20s. The trains did not go 24/7 like they do in modern times. But the next train out to Danvers would be in the morning, certainly. You could take it from Penn.
You could take a train out of Penn Station, but it's going to have to be tomorrow morning. Or we could take a car. You take your Model A, I could take my Model T, follow each other.
Well, what do you think, loves?
Would you feel comfortable driving in the dark and this terrible weather?
I love driving in the dark.
I'm going to take a look outside. Is it still snowing?
It's not snowing any longer, no.
However, Roscoe, do I look sober to you?
Since you have to ask, no.
Yeah, I think we should definitely wait till the morning.
All right, then. Well, I have plenty of spare beds here. You can all spend the night at mine.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, of course, my love. Well, you've already packed. I'm not going to send you home again.
I don't think I could sleep if I were there alone.
Ah, well, don't worry. You're here with me and Madeline, these two fine young gentlemen. And also at that moment, an absolutely enormous dog comes wandering into the room. Oh, and Falstaff over here as well.
Do I have to roleplay the dog?
Yes.
Okay.
He just flops in front of the fire and goes to sleep immediately.
Oh, thank God that's over with. All right. All right. Any of you guys want to do before the...
I can't take him on the train.
Yeah, you cannot bring the dog on this adventure. No. This is
Can
not
he fit in a bag?
This is not the Scooby-Doo gang where you have to bring Scooby on the trip.
Falstaff would not fit in a bag. He's very, very large.
You put 4 holes in the bottom of the bag and just pick them.
Yep.
The dog's name is Falstaff?
Falstaff, yes.
Falstaff.
Yes.
Not sure if Bill gets the relevance.
Do you get the reference, Bill?
Doesn't get it.
I get the reference. That's why I'm nodding.
Easy, Hal. Easy.
Cool.
Got a Hotspur on me.
So the evening turns to night. The 4 of you are able to sleep soundly in the dank cold of the outside, where, unfortunately, in 1926 New York, people who are not as well off as you 4 are able to eke out an existence, a meager one at that, trying to retain what warmth that they have in whatever kind of clothing and boxes that they could live in. One sort of shuffles past Madame Eudora's apartment and looks up at the apartment, shuffles sort of past a couple of individuals putting his hand out. They sort of turn away from him. And he walks down the street in the cold weather, turns a left, goes down to an overpass where he has set up his living quarters, so to speak, his abode. Gathers his cold weather gear, so to speak, his coat, his scarf, his hat, his fingerless gloves, sits there shivering in the dark. And then a man approaches him, a tall, thin man, and flips a coin into the man's hand, wordlessly. And the homeless individual sort of stares up at him, says,
Thank you so much, sir. It's greatly appreciated.
And the audience sees now for the first time in the meager gibbous moonlight the individual's face. It's a thin, drawn face. Eyes a very pale blue. And he's not wearing a coat at all. He's wearing just a very sort of drawn suit, black suit, white shirt, black tie. No scarf, no hat, no gloves. Almost as if he can't feel the cold at all. Then he turns to the individual, shivering in this tunnel, and says,
"Make good use of it. Time's running out."
And then turns and wordlessly walks into the cold New York street. The day dawns. Professor Clade and Dr. Winthorp, you arrive at the train station, New York's Penn Station, for your coffee in hand. Although I don't know if in the 20s you actually could, like, people would bring coffee, like, in...
Oh, don't worry. We're not in his car.
Probably not. Probably not his car, yeah.
Car. We're in my car.
Yeah.
My car has cup holders. That was a thing back then, you know. Cup
of
holders,
course.
that was
cup holders.
like roll down windows.
Absolutely. In the 1920s, cup holders were just beginning to come into vogue.
Did they have windshield wipers?
I think
Not automatic ones. You have to do this.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Matt, why doesn't my car have these kind of...
There was a movie about windshield wipers, Matt. The guy that got dropped.
I had no idea.
Whatever.
I do say, Winthorp, were it not for coffee existing,
are you?
I like calling him Winthorp.
I love it.
I love this. I love it too. Nathaniel just chuckles every time Clade says it. He just laughs at himself. He's
Winthorp. I'm sorry. I'm still waking the fuck up.
Drank a little too much of that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Thank God for coffee. Otherwise, I'd be dead right now. Sheesh.
Agreed.
Oh God. We're close to the station yet, or?
Oh no! You pull up to the train station. There are quite a lot of people there,
and we're here.
And there is New York's Penn Station.
Thank you, Dodgson. Make sure my man gets the car, would you?
Yes, of course. Have a safe trip. Best of all possible luck.
Remember, always put a little buttermilk in the pancakes, Dodgson.
Yes, of course, sir.
Sort of like winces at what the hell that meant.
I leave the car.
Okay, you shut the door. And you guys see this enormous steam train, which says Northeast Express on it.
Oh.
You have the tickets, right?
I believe so. It's not every day I took a train, of course.
Well, shall we?
By all means, sure.
All right. Have you ever traveled first class before?
No.
Fine. Follow me. I pick up my small satchel, like my doctor's bag, and I don't really have that much. I've been really traveling light recently.
Okay.
You can't see me without my books, of course.
They're just piled up like this in front of your face. Love it.
I mean, balancing like this, right?
Oh God, no. You know, I would like to think I come in one of those book sleeve like stuff that you put under the coat.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like a watch salesman, but for books.
Yes.
About a minute later, Madam Adler, you and Roscoe and Bill and Vera arrive at Penn Station in your car.
Excellent. After maneuvering it into a parking space, Madeline's going to come pick it up later and bring it back to the house. We haul ourselves out of the car, or at least I haul myself out of the car and start pulling everyone's bags out of the back, if they have any.
Okay. I assume that you guys are all packed.
Yes.
I don't have any bags.
No bags for Bill.
I am wearing an absolutely enormous fur coat. Huge. And a big fur hat and gloves and at least 2 scarves. I'm utterly bundled against the cold.
Excellent.
And I just have a carpet bag.
Okay, cool.
Small carpet bag.
I'm assuming that what you guys have in your equipment is what you guys are bringing with you, packed-wise, right? And although
we can say I have given Vera a small pistol, not as nice as the one that I have.
Like a
Something else that was
22?
sitting around the house.
yes. Like a 22? Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So Vera, in your list of possible attacks, you should see a 22 pistol as listed there, actually. Great. Cool. So there you go. You guys file out into the cold, brisk New York air, in which you see people coming to and from Penn Station. People sort of dressed in various states, but all, relatively well bundled up. It's still not yet out of winter.
Do I smell good in that?
Did you what?
Do I smell good?
I'm probably
smell good?
making
You
a
smell
take a
fine.
bath
You
before
smell
left
fine.
the
Did I
house.
take a shower?
I would say you are not always drunk, Bill. I think taking a shower, getting yourself out of your inebriated position is probably the foremost thing on your mind.
So let me go ahead and pull that flask.
Eudora definitely made him take a shower. I'll hustle up to the window and buy us some tickets before the train leaves.
Okay. You're able to purchase tickets. They cost 28 cents per ticket.
Excellent. Is that first class, love?
No, that's not first class. Did you want to buy first class tickets?
Of course I do.
Okay. First class tickets on the Northeast Express would be 73 cents.
Absolutely. 4 of those, please.
Okay. You purchase, some pretty decent tickets up to your final destination, Danvers, Massachusetts.
Excellent. This way, my loves. We'll start making our way towards the train.
Okay. The train is an enormous steam train. You see trains going to and fro, Penn coming in, leaving, etc. But the one in front of you, the Northeast Express, is quite pretty well kitted out. I mean, it's a nice steam train. First class is in the sort of front section of the train.
Yeah, so let's start making our way to the front of the train.
As you, the 6 of you, unbeknownst to the others' locations, the one thing that you do, all 6 of you here, is an elderly man in a blue suit say, "All aboard! Departing for Boston, Vermont, with stops along the way." I don't know what this guy would fucking say. Shit.
You mean like stops in Connecticut, maybe?
Yeah, Connecticut,
Boston, Vermont.
Yeah, this is where my talents end, right? This is where
Connecticut is not that important.
Fuck Connecticut. Yeah, Northeast Passageway is This is why I never became a train conductor, guys. It lists he lists off a number of small towns up the East Coast, all the way up to Montreal, actually.
Well, that's certainly our train. I suppose we better get on.
Yes, thank you for sorting the tickets.
Oh, absolutely, love. My pleasure.
Let's see. Who's in front between Eudora, Vera, Roscoe, and Bill?
Oh, definitely me.
Eudora, make a spot hidden check.
Right then.
Ooh.
Oh, you got a hard success. As you're lugging your material goods behind, you sort of make a quick turn, and this sort of gout of steam coming from the steam train sort of puffs out, and you see, attempting to get onto the train with all of these, like, books in hand and just not able to get through the damn door, is Henry Clade. He's just, like, trying to figure out how he can sort of maneuver his books to get through the door at the same time. And standing right above him in the doorway of the train is Professor Winthorp. Looking down on Clade like...
As I live and breathe.
Oh, thank
Henry
God.
Clade. And Nathaniel, my loves.
Oh,
Madam Adler, goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness, this is an embarrassment state of affairs I'm in right now. Oh my.
Lovey, just let me help you. Come here.
I got this.
I'm going to go and take one of the piles of books out of his arms and help him get on the train. Am I frozen?
No, a little bit. Yeah, your internet's stuttering a teeny bit, but that's okay.
God damn it.
Lots of frame rate.
I'm going to go help him get his books on the train.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's you sort of like try to help. There we go. It's a lot better now. Yeah, you help Clade out. I would say, let's see, what's the appropriate skill for helping someone get their books on a train?
Size.
Yeah, something to do with strength. I would say probably
Dexterity.
Strength or
Well,
size.
you know what? I'm gonna have you narrate to me. How are you attempting to get his books on the train? because we'll figure out from there.
I'm just going. He's got like several piles. I'm just going to take a few off the top.
Okay.
And like tuck them into my arm under my chin. I just have one bag in my hand, so like this.
Okay, yeah. Make a dex roll then. Yeah.
I mean, Matt, if we're going literally, it should be library.
Yeah, it's really true. Library use.
Now, if she was sorting it and putting it back via the card catalog, then maybe library use, but yeah. Okay, so success with the dex roll. Yeah, you nimbly grab the books off the top, and Clade, you find that, you sort of do a quick mathematics formula in your head as to whether or not you can get through the door. You're like, geometry-wise, that could work now that you're no longer beleaguered with all of these books.
I think I overstepped on the paperwork here. Right. I thank you humbly for the assistant, madam. Ma'am?
I think she's frozen.
Oh no.
She's gone. She's just like.
I'll be back in a second.
There we go. Okay.
There I am.
There she is.
Okay, and
Zoom
she's
just kicked me out completely.
Everybody's switched around now. This is great. Yay! Everybody's in different spots. Damn internets. That's okay. Oh man. Okay, let's.
It wasn't me this time.
Nope, that's fine.
At least it came right back. It just kicked me out. But
that's fine. That's fine. I'll just switch everybody around. It's not a big deal.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. It's fine. Keep going.
But yeah, I didn't expect you to come along to the same ride with us. I mean, what brings you here?
Oh, we're on our way up to Danvers to check up on an old friend. What are you doing here?
Me and Winthorp here. I mean, we were just on our way to
Danvers as well.
Yes, actually.
Well, doesn't this feel terribly familiar?
Somewhat coincidental.
Coincidence? I think not. Oh, wait, you came with some other people, too, or?
Oh, yes. I'm assuming that they're coming on the train behind me.
Yeah, they're right behind you.
Right as this is unfolding, I want to say, yes, well, my friend Vera. And then the other two, I believe you already know.
Oh, look at this son of a gun back here.
Oh, my goodness.
The good
look
doctor
at that.
and the professor.
Hey, Doc, I just got some of your correspondence recently.
Well, good, Bill. I'm glad to see you're in good health. Roscoe, you as well.
Roscoe Freeman.
Good to see the two of you.
Man, I keep forgetting to keep visiting your antique shop. Oh, goodness.
You really should stop by sometime. I have a couple of...
I'm sorry, it's just all these books.
Perhaps I'll come visit you then. In Columbia, was it?
No, it was in the Queens.
No, but you're where your professorship is at.
Oh, right. Yes, at the...
Or in the Queens, wherever it may be.
It was in Berkeley College, actually.
Berkeley.
Yes, Berkeley.
That's in California.
There's one in Long Island as well.
There was one in Long Island.
Nevertheless, I do have some interesting books and maybe pieces that you might want to take a look at.
Oh, jeez, I don't know if I can have any more books as is. I mean, it's ready to fit through train carts.
Well, darling, you don't have to take them all with you everywhere you go.
But I need
It's called a library.
But information is so...
From the car up above, you see the old man going, "All aboard! I said it before, I'll say it again!"
I just get on the train.
Get on the damn train.
Okay.
Everybody gets on the first class car.
I hit him with my doctor bag.
So the six of you arrive on this very stately train. It's very nice, very, very well furnished. If any of you have ever seen Murder on the Orient Express, for example, you will note that there is a dining car. There are very well-fashioned sort of individual rooms for multi-day trips. But seeing as the trip to Danvers is only about 4.5 hours, you're able to have no worries as to if you choose a single car for the 6 of you would be perfectly fine. Meaning a single room within these first-class cars.
I just need
Oh,
some
cabin.
coffee with a dash of cream so I can put some whiskey.
I can't say I've ever been I've never been in first class of anything before.
Well, welcome, darling. It's quite cozy, I assure you.
As I said to you at the Vanderbilts, Clade, get used to it.
Well, it's a lot to take in as is, so.
Fine quality is always a bit of a adjustment.
Door opens up to the car, and a stately conductor puts out his hand.
Yes, tickets, please.
Here you go.
Okay, Danvers, Massachusetts.
Click. Gives the ticket back.
I hand him the 4 of ours.
Danvers, huh? Looks like you are going for a party there. Good.
Hands you back your tickets.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Wow, we have ourselves a silent film star here. Holy smokes.
I'm sorry, who?
He's pointing to the young woman who you are not familiar with, who happens to be part of the 6 of you. The woman who you were not introduced to. This person here who you have not been introduced, I don't think.
I said her name when my mic was flipping out.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that makes sense.
I did say it.
Fair
Sorry.
enough. Yeah, she introduced her as Vera O'Day. Vera O'Day. Yeah, there we go.
In solidarity with Sarah, because she froze up. She's back now.
Okay, there we go. Internets.
Nope.
We hate
Nope.
you.
I don't know if it's
It's like a bad 80s.
There we go. Now she's back. She's good
I
now.
love it.
We're happy. We're happy your
Nope.
internets are good.
Okay, we're good.
She has I think she has 2 squirrels in the back powering her internets, and so when they get tired, her internet just goes.
I have a full signal, and I don't know what's going on. It just hates me.
Yes. Thank you, Craw. We know that the names in webcasts are incorrect. It's because Sarah's internet is so awesome. It just flipped the Zoom around 3 times. It was great.
Oh,
so I refuse to do it. I refuse to do the Zoom flip around 3 times. Instead, what I'm going to do is change it once and be done with it. And then instead, change you to a map. Oh, my God. Am I doing it? Yes, I am. I'm moving you to the first map of this game. As the train pulls out of Penn Station, because the camera sort of fades off of this embarrassing situation with this conductor sort of fawning over Vera O'Day, the train pulls out of the station, and you hear this sort of train going off into the wilds of Connecticut and passing Connecticut into Massachusetts. Do we all have to do this now? We all have to do this now when we're on the train.
I have to say, it's always this bumpy.
Yes, love. It's a train.
It's a train. Clade.
Well, I figured the first class would make us less,
Just because you're in first class doesn't mean that you're going to have a better car.
Well, I mean, it is a better
Closer.
car, but...
Well, I mean, wheel-wise, I guess.
That's
you are
fair,
closer
yes.
to the front. Doesn't really matter.
Yes, and the windows are much cleaner.
Anything you guys want to do in your 3.5 to 4 hour trip to Danvers, Massachusetts?
I'm going to introduce
coffee
myself
and whiskey.
to,
Coffee and whiskey. Ups and downs. What was that? Sorry, Winthorp?
I'm going to introduce myself to Vera.
Okay. Please, by all means.
I think I got your name when you came in. Dr. Nathaniel Winthorp, and you are?
Oh, I'm Vera O'Day.
Oh,
Pleasure to meet you.
Miss O'Day. Do I know her?
Make a knowledge roll, so you can make it based on int.
Green, right?
Yeah, green on int. Yep. Perfect. Yeah, you do know. In fact, you've seen several of her silent films.
Oh, yes, Miss O'Day. You're one with Buster Keaton, correct?
Oh, yes, we've done a few pictures.
Yes, I saw your latest... The name escapes me. Do you remember what your latest picture was?
Oh, I hardly want to talk about that right now. I just think it's so fascinating how you all know each other. My dear friend, the Madame, I know she's so well connected, but for all of you to just meet together like this, just very curious. Does this happen often?
Not often. My name is my name is Professor Henry Clade. A bit of a bookworm here, but a pleasure to meet you, of course, madam.
Oh, you as well.
Do I have to know about her movies as well?
Make a knowledge roll.
Right?
Int, please, yes.
Oh, God!
Holy crap.
He's obsessed.
So that's an extreme success, guys.
He's a
You know all her movies.
fan.
So back in the 20s, they didn't have stalkers, but...
Clade's the first.
It like flashes to Henry Clade's room in his mother's house, and there are just pictures and pictures and pictures and pictures of silent film stars. Many of them happen to be Vera.
like magazine clippings and paper clippings.
Like from Life magazine. Absolutely.
I love how I know the folklore writer, but I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know Vera.
I'm not even gonna mention that part.
Which is hilarious because Professor Clade doesn't know the folklore writer, but he knows who the silent film stars. So you're playing off real cool, Clade. You saw this girl from far away. You're like, oh my god, is that her? That's her.
Clade, you're looking a little sweaty. You all right?
I am. I'm sorry.
Let's open a window, and I crack open a window.
Okay.
Oh god damn it! That's freezing, and I
immediately shuts it. Fantastic.
And I just kind of look at it. That's not that cold. Come on now.
Hang on, I'm grabbing a napkin. Sorry.
I just
scoot away slightly.
I'm bundled in my fur.
I take out a cigarette and light it. I offer it. Anyone?
Oh, darling, of course, please, thank you.
Of course.
I hand them out accordingly.
It's the 20s. Everyone's smoking.
Soon, the entire cabin is just filled with smoke.
Now, can we crack that window, please? And I just crack it just a little.
I make him switch seats with me. I'm all the way as far away as I can get from the window.
Oh, don't worry, Eudora. You can always cuddle up to me. I'll keep you.
Oh, darling. Nice try.
All right, I'm gonna. Unless anyone else has anything relevant.
I need an adult.
I'm trying to offer the doc here some whiskey.
Oh.
Bill, you know I'll never say no to a nip from you. Of course. Slancha.
Anything else? If not,
Clade, you want any more little nip here? You want a
little what?
Here, just suck that down. And I hand him a little.
What is this?
You've already had this at the Vandy's house.
Oh, the whiskey. Oh, right. Yeah, sure.
Just take a sip, okay?
Yeah.
Take it easy.
So you were with the Vanderbilts the other night, hey?
Yes.
Yeah.
Clade and I are on the way to go try and scout out some land for him to... Well, he wants to either invest in Boston University or he wants to build his own, because you know how Vandy gets.
Oh, I know. He has money and he simply must spend it.
Yeah, apparently. Well, he apparently thinks that making a university for just pure business is gonna make him more money, but
He's talking about making a school for capitalism, if you will.
Well, that's the most ridiculous idea I've ever heard. That'll never work.
Again, that's why we need the education.
Yes, but a head for business is a community effort, yes?
Well, if anybody can make something of it.
We have many fine philanthropists in New York, yes? I mean, they all give back when they can.
Yeah.
True.
Oh, God.
You're all right over there, Slade.
Who?
Clade, excuse me, the whiskey.
Everybody's getting their names wrong. I love it. It's fantastic.
Slade.
Everybody's
drunk in this car.
Slade and Wibblepop and Willoughby and Schmadler.
Wibblethorpe.
Yeah,
Mine's easy.
yeah, it's just Bill.
Gil?
Bill, give me some more of that whiskey, would you?
All right.
At some point, I guess I become
Professor
Roscoe
Clade
Wegmans.
has done.
Yes, exactly right.
So, how long is this trip again?
3.5 hours.
Fast forward later, 3.5 hours.
3 hours later.
3 hours later. You guys notice that it does seem, although as cold as it was in New York, you do see the icicles are hanging off of these dead trees as you enter Massachusetts. The train comes to a stop as the frozen trees sort of encapsulate the train station, which is a relatively small one, near the town of Danvers, Massachusetts.
Oh, joy.
And you see these big black letters as the train comes to a stop, and you hear. The big black letters on a signpost above the station that says Asylum Station.
Huh.
Appears we're in the right place.
Must be an asylum.
I hear people are crazy about this place.
Oh, you are so hilarious.
I know.
No, it's truly not funny right now. My heart is in my throat.
Oh.
Oh, darling, it's going to be fine. Don't get all worked up. I'm sure everything is going to be okay.
Don't
The
worry.
card said so.
And if the cards say it, that's right.
Exactly.
Did you mention the four of you to Winthorp and Clade as to what's going on?
I assume that we filled them in.
I
on
would
the way
hope
up.
so. I don't know.
Yes.
It was a 3.5-hour ride.
That's true.
Oh, yeah. That's plenty of time.
Didn't know if you were
We can
being
only
secretive
smoke
about
so
it.
many cigarettes.
No, there's no reason with the two of them not to tell them what we're doing.
I've just been holding my jeweler's loop in my fingers.
Would I
It's
happen
just
to
like,
know anything about this particular individual that we're trying to find?
Larry Croswell. You can make
Yeah,
you can make a knowledge roll about him as well if you'd like.
Int?
Yep, int is great.
Nope.
Yeah, unfortunately you don't, Dr. Winthorp. But you do happen to know Professor Clade as to who this individual is. He's a relatively well-known author in your circle, although he writes what you deem to be historical folklore, more fictitious than anything. Certainly nothing bounded in science.
But it's a still curious read, regardless.
Absolutely. He writes well, and he has a fantastic mustache.
I'm still trying to work on mine.
Oh, it'll come in one day, love.
Yeah,
One day.
I mean, yeah, one day I'll be able to compete with Freeman here.
Oh, nobody will ever compete with Roscoe.
Sorry. No, you're absolutely correct. Roscoe takes the cake on the mustache.
So,
Well-
I must ask you a question. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah.
Sorry, that was bad.
Well, there should be
That
a
was really
car
bad.
waiting for some of us, correct? Because Vanderbilt said that we had a car that would pick us up at the station. correct?
He said that there was a car at the station.
Right. And I have a key for that car.
You do,
correct?
indeed.
How big is said car?
It's that big. Just kidding. It's not that big. That's humongous. It's more
I
like that
saw
big. Take a look at the
Will
map
it
and you'll
fit
see.
all 6 of us?
Yeah, you take a look and you see that it is a rather hefty, large car. It looks a little on the older side, like maybe like 1920 model or 1921 model. But it seems big enough to handle at least 6 of you, yeah.
I kick the tire and just make sure everything looks copacetic.
Yeah, indeed, it looks fine.
And I turned to Clade and I tossed him the keys.
Oh, right. I forgot I was the one driving.
Pile in, gang.
Well, I hope this works better than my mother's car.
Where are you going
Oh,
first?
Oh, yeah, good question.
Where are we going again?
Well, we're headed to the asylum, the hospital, if you'd just like to drop us off. Unless you want to come with.
I mean, I look over at Winthorp. Are we in much of a rush, or?
Lad's not going anywhere.
All right, and yeah, I don't see why not we can't come along.
Well, might as well
Excellent.
accompany everyone to their final destination, as we say.
Oh, yours.
Okay.
So.
I mean, it is a Saturday. You guys probably don't have to be at the university on Monday.
I mean, the more sharp minds, the better, really.
Oh, fuck Mondays. The insane asylum, right?
That would be
yes,
the one, yeah.
The asylum for the insane, yes. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right. Putting in the keys, and yeah, gotta start working our way over there.
Okay.
Well, I must ask for your discretion, because this letter that Larry sent me it doesn't seem as if they wanted him to write it. And there are a number of us, and I'm feeling confident as a group. Thank you for joining us. But I'm just so frightened for Larry. So let us not be too forward when we arrive.
Oh, by all means, we are going to be professional as
we'll be straight professionals, Ms. O'Day. Don't you worry.
Yes.
We're just a group of friends coming to visit our friend.
That's right.
And you have a federal agent with you.
We're just here to see Larry.
We can maybe keep that bit quiet at first.
Yes.
Don't want to ring too many alarm bells.
Hush, Bill.
Who's driving the car?
I am.
Excellent. Okay. The car peels out of Asylum Station.
Way better than my mother's.
Oh, God, every time.
Every time. Okay, I'm going to flip you guys to the Danvers grounds map, which is right here. All right, so you guys should now see a map. And by the way, This is an actual map of the topographical sketch of Danvers, Massachusetts State Insane Asylum.
Wow.
Made in 1875. Yeah. And there's your cute little car right down here.
Aww.
It's a buggy.
It's a cute little car.
Look at this winding mountain road straight out of The Shining.
It really is. I should have put the Shining music here. You drive along the pathway, and again, these trees are coated with rime and frost as you drive along the winding road towards the Danvers Asylum. And as you enter these sort of wooded area, I would like you, since you are driving the car, Mr. Clade, to make a drive auto roll.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Should have let me drive the
car. Drive auto?
Yes, please.
Oh no.
Okay.
Hey!
Oh, just on the cusp of success, which is very good.
Shit.
Right? Could have been, and it's worthwhile me reminding you all regarding the use of points to turn failures into successes. Right? So we have luck points. You guys have a battery or a barrage or a certain amount of points to utilize to turn non-combat rolls from failures to successes. Once you use up your luck points, they're gone until maybe you can generate some back between now and the next session. It's also worth me saying that if you fail a roll, you can also do what's called pushing a roll. If you push the roll, that means you're going to be rolling it again, but you're going to be rolling it at a higher difficulty level, which means that if you attempt to do something with a normal difficulty and you fail, and you attempt to push the roll, that means you need then to succeed at a higher difficulty, meaning a hard success, in order to succeed. And if you don't, well then, there will be consequences. So, that in mind, the road sort of skids a little bit back and forth, and you guys in the backseat sort of feel the ice on this relatively well-maintained road sort of take to the tires a little bit, and it takes just a little bit more extra strength to keep the car steady, but you're able to maintain it, and it drives through the wooded area here. And as it does so, you're able to see for the first time the Danvers State Mental Institution. So, that said, let me go ahead and start us off.
I gotta lie, I was really nervous back there.
Here we go.
You got through it. Got it through just fine.
You drive through a rural hillside and past a set of tall iron gates, which surprisingly are open, leading to the sprawling hospital known as the Danvers Lunatic Asylum. As you approach in your car, you see a central building which has a sort of front tower to it, flanked by angular adjoining buildings spread out around it. In a way, the asylum's layout, looking at it underneath, or just from underneath at the base of this hill, it suggests sort of like a bat with outstretched wings. You see, on your drive up the road, numerous outbuildings surrounding the main complex, as do copses of broadleaf and evergreen trees through which you have just passed. Grassy fields, so like this area here, and woodlands ring this hill that you drive around. And normally a beautiful vista, there is sort of a leaden, dulled quality to the scene as you approach it. And you circle around this side and you see that there is a large oval reservoir, which is this sort of body of water here, set into the western slope of this hill. Yep, that's it. Surrounded on three sides by trees here. Its eastern shore, I should say western shore, sorry, because this is backwards, faces the asylum. As you pass it, the surface of the reservoir has this sort of odd, almost metallic blue-gray sheen, but you account that the weather being what it is, early March probably takes account for that. What isn't very normal, however, is that there is a semicircular amphitheater occupying the western shore of the hill right here. Its backdrop, the shore of the reservoir. The amphitheater appears to be a fairly new construction. As you drive past this hill, you see that there is a small roadway that you can stop and drive back the opposite way to the main entrance, which is right here. Do you choose to go through the back or the front?
We should probably go through the front.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Yeah, the front.
Okay,
yeah.
so you stop the car, turn around, and go back along this reservoir to the front way.
Right.
I would like Miss Eudora. Actually, everybody, I would like everybody to make a POW, P-O-W roll, please.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. One. How many successes here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of you succeed. Anyone with extreme successes?
I got a hard.
You got a hard.
Just hard.
Yeah.
Well, we got 2 hards. Yeah.
2 hards, no extremes. Okay. All of you, as you approach the asylum, experience this weird sort of feeling like the skin on the back of your neck stands up. You sort of experience this visceral sensation of dread. It's weird. Vera, this is actually the first time you felt this ever. It's just a very strange feeling. And immediately, like, your smiles and cheerfulness just disappear. And you look at each other, and everyone has this sort of weird, sort of dour, uncomfortable feeling on their faces.
I reach
Here
into
we
my
go
bag
again.
and start shuffling my cards.
Here we go again. Hey, Doc, here's some whiskey.
As you approach, because you all sort of have that weird feeling, and everyone succeeded, you all take 1 sanity point worth of damage. So everybody drop 1 sanity, please.
Even for passing the POW?
That's exactly the reason why.
I got a bad feeling.
Wait,
about this.
Matt, I didn't pass.
If you didn't pass, then you don't take the sanity point.
Yeah, I failed.
So therefore...
You failed?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
I'm
failed.
the top-
He's
I'm
the
the
only
top
person who
roll.
failed. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Winthorp looks at you. Winthorp, you're smiling, you're cheerful. You see all the 5 of them. They're all just like,
So which one do I subtract? The one on the left, the one in the middle, or the one on the right?
the one in the middle. The one on the right can't be touched. The one on the left can't be touched.
Yeah, what is the one on the left?
As
The one on the left.
The very far, the tiny one.
Yes. So here's the way sanity works. If you drop 5 points of sanity, you get what's called temporary insanity, and all kinds of crazy stuff happens for a very small period of time. You might remember that from the last time we worked together. If you drop 1/5 of your total current sanity, then what happens is you gain a condition known as... Where is it? Hold on. Yes, if you... It's not temporary insanity. I think it's... Hold on. I'll find it for us here.
A bout of madness.
You do get a bout of madness, but that happens anytime that you drop 5 sanity in a shot. Yes, indefinite insanity. That's the one. So if you lose 5 or more in a roll, you have to make an int roll. And if you fail the int roll, then you're okay. You actually suppress the memory or the vision that you just saw. But if you succeed on the int roll, then you go temporarily insane.
But we didn't roll int, we rolled POW.
That's because you haven't lost 5 in a roll, so you're fine.
Is there a way to gain sanity?
Yes, it's called psychotherapy. Which you chose not to take.
So as that horrible feeling crept over us, I reached into my bag and started shuffling my cards. And I pulled out a 9 of cups reversed.
What does that mean?
Signifies illness or failure.
Oh.
How
And
precious.
sometimes overindulgence. There's definitely something wrong with this place.
I mean, the scenery around here is already bad as is. Just, what is... I don't know if I want to know what's going on in this place.
Well, darling, I'm afraid it's too late for that.
Sadly, yes.
You pull up to the main drag here, and you see Danvers in all of its splendor. And I'm going to go into your handouts and show you what it is indeed that you see. So first and foremost, I'll give you guys the Danvers Grounds handout. But then I want to show you what Danvers as a place looks like. And by the way, this place is a real place.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
This existed at one point in time and looked just like what you're seeing on screen.
It's beautiful.
It is.
Creepy.
And that
Very
too.
beautiful. Very beautiful. Looks like a very beautiful state.
Looks like a gingerbread house.
It does have
Yeah.
that kind of weird, enticing,
It's
although
old.
strange allure to it.
Symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the size that makes it look like a gingerbread house? Doc? Is it
It's
the
the-
size?
Shapes.
No, it's
It's
the
so pointy.
Yeah.
the
'Cause
shingle.
it is
siding.
rather small.
Just somewhat Germanic.
I think there's a place for me to park as we get closer to the front. right?
Yes, there is a parking spot, in fact, if you choose to use it.
Might as well.
Okay, very good. Do you guys choose to bring your firearms with you inside?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's always in my medical bag.
You have them, I assume, hidden from view.
Mine is in the lining of my medical bag.
Very good.
You know what mine is, Matt. You know what mine is.
Do I have a gun or?
Did you bring one? Mine is tucked into my trousers in a very deep pocket.
I always carry my gun. I always carry my badge.
Well,
Mine is concealed.
Actually,
practice.
I lied. It's actually tucked away in my boot.
I've never used a gun.
Okay, then you have none. Very good. Therefore, you have no gun.
Well, I mean, I do have my cane.
Your cane is your primary weapon, though.
Yeah.
There you are.
Okay. So, you guys get out of the car. It's a cold, brisk day. The snow has turned to a sheen of ice on the grounds. There still are sort of patches of ground here and there where you can see sort of grassless, hardened ground. But it's mostly just frozen, almost tundra-like, on the grounds of Danvers State Hospital. And as you approach the main door of the hospital, we're going to take a break. And we'll be back so that we can be back in time for everybody to do businesses that they need to do. We'll take, let's say, a 7-minute break. Is that good for everybody?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, folks. We will be back in 7 minutes. Join us back in 7 minutes. We don't have, unfortunately, enough viewers to do the giveaway. We need at least 5. So we'll do it, hopefully, when we get back next week. Actually, next week is not gonna. Is next week gonna happen? Yeah, no, the 29th. Well, I guess it depends. I don't know if we're gonna do a game next week because of Thanksgiving. I think we might be off for a few weeks, but nevertheless, it doesn't matter. We'll do we'll do the break now, and we'll be back in 7 minutes. Join us, won't you? See ya.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys enter the main door of Danvers State Hospital. Okay. Let me move you to the map of the asylum. So here is the map of the asylum. And again, this is an actual map of Danvers State Hospital. Taken from the records of said hospital from when it was actually around. Creep factor engage.
Mm-hmm.
Do I sense a field trip?
No. The place is no longer in existence, unfortunately.
Oh, that's sad.
Yes,
This place is huge.
it's a very large hospital.
It's more sad than scary.
So you say now. This is the entrance to the hospital where I'm pinging you right now.
Will you ping it again?
I sure can.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody ping it. Lots of bubbles. There we go. Good God. So many pings. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, you can stop now. It's you're giving me a conniption fit. Stop it. As you enter the hospital, yeah, of course there has to be one jackweed. Thanks, Winthorp.
He would, though.
Yeah, I would ping it.
Mine's the wrong color.
You enter the hospital. It's got this weird sort of smell to it. It's not like outside, obviously. It's got the smell of cleaning chemicals and dust, and you have the very faintest whiff of unfortunately, of urine.
Cleaning chemicals and dust and urine.
Yeah, it all sort of congeals together as this awful,
Cakes the
weird,
walls.
dank odor.
It's clean, yet not clean.
Exactly. That's the weirdest thing.
This building is literally a paradox.
Are there any people around?
Yeah, you enter the hospital, and the first thing that you see is people dressed in very clean white shirts and pants with white shoes on. Some you see are men, but most you see are women, actually, at least in this part of the hospital. They wear very clean uniforms. They wear these nice little sort of white cloth hats and vests. Some of them walk very sort of tight-lipped, officiously to and fro with clipboards and ballpoint pens. But all of the men that you do happen to see with white garments on are rather strapping. They are, anywhere between 6 foot or 6 foot 3 or 4. Very beefy, close cropped hairstyles, sort of vacant expressions on their faces, and all of them grasp and hold truncheons, wooden truncheons.
What's it?
Wait, I was gonna say, what's a truncheon?
A truncheon is essentially like a billy club.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Some of them
I
hold
can't
them, and
imagine
but
here.
those of you who don't see them holding them, they have them sort of tied to a loop on their belt.
Is there a front desk?
Yes, you pass through the sort of main central administration portion of the building. And the first thing you notice is that the windows are all barred up from the inside. There are metal grills that cover all the windows. As you pass through this front hallway, you happen to notice that there are sort of wooden benches, and there are people who don't match the description of these seeming orderlies, and they are wearing much less clean garments. These garments are all the same. Essentially, they are sort of a light cream color, but you estimate by the fact that they should be white that the reason why they are not is that they are stained with either just lack of lack of them being cleaned, meaning sweat, or worse, in terms of what could be staining these particular garments.
Do I even want to know?
Probably not.
Yeah.
The smell is probably telling.
Yes, indeed. You walk further into the hospital past these patients, and you do happen to see that there is, in fact, a desk behind which sits a sort of large woman. She looks to be sitting down, probably somewhere on the order of 5'10" and 6 feet tall, if she stood up. But she is seated, and her eyes are passing to and fro a group of papers on her desk. You see her eyes sort of glance up at you as you approach. She's got a sort of severe look on her face. And she speaks. Hello. Welcome to Danvers State Hospital. How can I help you?
Good morning. We've come to see Mr. Larry Croswell.
I'm sorry. Are you relatives of Mr. Croswell?
Oh yes, we're his dear friends, and we've come to pay
believe
him
I
a visit.
said if you were relatives, not dear friends.
Yes, darling, this is his niece.
Are you not friends with your relatives?
That's not the point. I asked if you were relatives of any of our patients here. Relatives are allowed to see the patients. Friends, unfortunately, are not.
Well, yes, I was being a bit humble before, but I am his, and indeed, we would like to see him.
So you are his niece?
Yes.
I see. I'm afraid I'm unable to, unless you have proof of your relationship with Mr. Croswell. Do you have identification?
What proof would that be? As I am his sister's daughter, we don't share a last name.
Clearly. Do you have any kind of paperwork or identification that would
Yes,
indicate you that you have relationships to the patient?
Oh, such as what?
Any kind of missive or letter?
Listing our
Your relationship to the patient, yes.
And from where would one procure such a document? I've never heard of such a thing. I have my ID. Would you like that?
That should suffice, I suppose.
All right, here you are.
She glances at it. I see. Okay. Yes, she pans it back to you. And the rest of your party? Are they all relatives as well?
Yes, they're my cousins.
I see. She sort of glances at the five of the rest of you.
I'm going to stroke my mustache.
Miss O'Day, could you make a persuade roll, please?
Oh no.
Okay. So, on a roll of 96 to 100 with a value of less than 50, that's called a fumble. So a fumble is when things don't go so well. She says, "Dear, I've been at this desk for many, many years. I can tell when people are not related to one another. I doubt."
Man, my name is Bill. If I could step in for a second. What's your name?
My name is Nurse
Yes.
Chatter. How can I help you, sir? Bill.
Nurse Chatter. Oh, my name is Federal Agent Willoughby. Will a badge do?
Please, by all means. Although you have no jurisdiction here, this is Danvers, this is private property.
The federal agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, is concerned about the well-being of the patient.
Understandable.
Would you like me to get a warrant?
If you'd like to come back with a warrant, that would be acceptable.
Happy to come back with a warrant.
Unless, of course, you'd like to speak to Dr. Berger about it.
Well, can we speak to Dr. Berger?
Yes, I think we shall. And it is incredibly rude for you to make any space relation. based simply on their appearance.
I can't help but whisper to Madame Eudora and be like, something tells me this is gonna be royal doozy here.
Yes, darling, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Very well. I'll see if I can find a time, if you wouldn't mind.
And actually, I should be able to try a persuade check with the badge.
It's actually not needed, to be honest. She says to the six of you, she says, yes, well, very well. If you wouldn't mind following me, I'll bring you to Dr. Berger's office, and hopefully you can have a discussion with Dr. Berger about your potential genealogical links.
If I may ask, who is this Dr. Berger?
Dr. Berger is the superintendent of the asylum.
Superintendent.
That is correct.
All right. How long has he been working here exactly?
You ask quite a lot of questions. If you wouldn't mind following me. And she stands up and she towers over all of you. She's like 6'2".
She doesn't tower over me.
How tall are you?
Well, I'm 5'7", so she towers over me.
I'm 5'10".
How tall are you?
5'11".
I'm supposed to be it's a mixture of your strength and your size, right?
Correct. Your size is just your size.
So 70.
So you're probably about the same height as she is then.
I'm 70 as well.
She's probably a little taller than you then, Winthorp.
Yeah, I'm like 40.
Yeah, you're about 5.
You're even smaller than me.
You're like a little man. You're a little man.
I am, because I'm just barely pushing 5 feet tall.
Wow, I'm a mini me.
you are a portable man.
Actually, I would say at 40 for a man, then you're probably like about my size or a tiny bit taller.
Yeah.
You're like 5'1".
Yeah.
You're Tom Cruise height. All right.
Wait, what?
So never mind. We're going to go ahead and fast forward.
I'm imagining the Tower of Books now.
Yes, exactly. The books is taller than Clade is.
It's even better.
As you turn, or actually as she turns to lead you.
As the world turns.
As the world turns. As she turns to lead you down a passageway, I'd like all of you to roll spot hidden checks, please.
Ooh.
I'm seeing some fails. I'm seeing some successes.
And I'm rolling like poop tonight.
Okay, what do we got?
Did mine go?
I see yours did go.
Okay,
Yes,
mine
in
did
fact,
go.
Sarah, thank you.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, so the highest success is actually Clade. Clade made a hard success of 15. So Clade, the nurse stands up, turns, and maybe I think it's because you're the shortest one in the group. You sort of walk alongside her and look up at her, and you notice that the bottom of her left ear, it looks like it appears to have been like torn away, or maybe even like chewed. Like you see these like ragged, like marks on the bottom of her left ear. Familiar? No. Have you ever seen someone with the bottom of their left ear chewed off? Or torn off?
Well, I mean, in relation to a certain event that happened months ago.
No. It doesn't look like that.
So this is definitely new?
I mean, it could be a birthmark. It could be a congenital defect. It could be an accident that happened. Who knows?
I'm gonna try to... I'm gonna whisper to... I gotta whisper to Winthorp.
Okay.
This lady is... something's off. Really off. Like her ear.
I look, and do I catch a glimpse of it as she's kind of moving?
She's ahead of you now, so unfortunately not.
Okay. I'll take a look.
Yes, something's really wrong.
She steps up, and you see that she has led you now, the six of you, through a small hallway to a frosted glass door on which it says Dr. James Berger, Superintendent. She raps on the door quickly. Dr. Berger, you have some visitors. You hear from inside, just one moment. Footsteps come to the door, and the door opens, and you six see a man in his, let's say, late 40s, with a sort of broad, warm smile, and dressed in a white lab coat. He's got sort of white hair, and he carries in his left hand a somewhat officious-looking clipboard. I'll give you guys the handout of what he looks like.
Oh boy.
Dr. Berger, I presume.
Aww.
You sure that's late 40s? That doesn't look late 40s to me.
I mean, look at his skin. He's got nice skin.
He's got really nice.
He looks like he's got Botox.
He might have been the inventor. Who knows?
Is it his skin?
Oh my god.
Take his face off. All right, now.
I've seen that movie.
I'm sure.
As the door opens, I want to reach out and shake his hand and say, Dr. Berger, it's such a delight to meet you.
He sort of looks at you quizzically and says, yes, certainly.
I'm going to keep awkwardly kind of like double holding his hand as I talk to him.
Yes.
Just be like, it's such a delight. I've heard such wonderful things about you and the work you do here, and it's really an honor to meet you.
Yes.
And as I'm speaking to him, do I get anything from him?
Go ahead and make a occult roll.
Nice. Yes!
Ooh!
Extreme
baby.
success.
A 2?
Yeah, that's an extreme success on the occult roll.
Does that mean it goes up? Or is that's a...
No, it has to be a 1.
Yes,
Yeah, it has to be
right.
a 1.
Yeah.
Right, that's called a critical.
Damn.
Yeah, extreme is anything within...
We haven't gotten one yet tonight.
No criticals
We
yet?
got 2 last game.
You did.
Actually 3.
Were there 3? Holy crap.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Really?
So yeah, with an extreme
sorry.
success, you sort of like touch his hand, and he sort of looks at your hand strangely, like, what are you doing? As you sort of look intently into his eyes. You don't get anything, but you sort of feel like this sort of happy personality he's putting on is for show.
Excellent. Very good.
That's pretty much what you get with an extreme success.
Okay. Excellent. I'll take it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then after I shower him with praise, I will just sort of gently let his hand go. Just let my hands fall to my side.
Yes, a pleasure. How can I help?
Mr. Berger, I'm Federal Agent Willoughby.
It's Dr. Berger.
And we're...
Yes.
Oh, we're going to pull that? That's good, though. That's good. I'm sorry, Dr. Berger. I'm Federal Agent Bill Willoughby. And we're here inquiring about a patient who seems to have gone missing. The federal case. His niece is here.
Hello.
Vera is here.
I'm sorry, a patient that's gone missing?
Well, we've lost contact with the patient.
Oh, I see. Who is this patient that you're referring to? The nurse sort of like looks at him, dead-eyed stare, and says, they mentioned it was, I believe they mentioned it was Lawrence Croswell? Oh, yes, that.
Larry Croswell. Yes, he's a very big writer.
Yes, I understand.
Did I just switch to Texas again?
You did. I love it. Back to Brooklyn, Texas. He's from Brexis, so we're cool. We're cool with that.
Austin, New York.
Austin, New York, 100%. He says,
Brooklyn, Texas.
I see. I think there might be somewhat of a misunderstanding there. Asian Willoughby, did I catch that right?
Yes.
Yes. Are these your also federal agents?
No, these are all doctors.
I see.
Actually, fine. No, never mind. Continue.
So
This is his niece. This is Dr. Winthorp.
Dr.
This
Winthorp,
is Dr. Clade.
Dr. Clade, yes, pleasure.
A pleasure to meet.
And this is Dr. Freeman.
Dr. Freeman?
And I'm his... And all right,
Doctor?
fine, I'm his publisher.
Oh, I see.
And Eudora is his publisher.
Excellent.
Doctor.
Doctor?
Obviously, I'm not a doctor, I'm a woman, so...
I mean...
Couldn't pull that over your eyes.
Certainly.
One day.
Certainly, one day, yes. Wouldn't you mind if this...
Well, you could see how there's a little bit of an issue, Doctor.
Yes.
You see,
Eudora,
Eudora, as
federal agent, I do apologize.
us.
I know you do have jurisdiction. You have to understand, this is a private institution, and we do unfortunately have to take into account all of the patient's best affairs, as well as the federal
Understood. And I
government.
keep hearing this thing about jurisdiction. And here's the thing: it's federal,
Of course, yes.
which means I have jurisdiction across the country.
Right.
Let's not...
This country,
Right.
any federal state, which means I have jurisdiction here. Now I can go get a
Unfortunately,
warrant.
that
We tried to do it. We tried to do it quietly.
quietly,
I can
right.
go get a warrant.
You can certainly, if you'd like, go get a warrant. But unfortunately, Danvers is a private mental institution. If you would like to discuss this quieter in my office, we can certainly do so.
Let's do so.
Is there a chance I could probably, like, as these two are talking, like, is the door open wide enough for me to peek inside?
Absolutely.
I was thinking the same thing too.
Sure. Yeah, you can peek into his office.
See if I can spot anything. Like,
Yeah, his office has a lot of diplomas, framed diplomas, a lot of certifications. You see that there's a large desk inside his office. A lot of unfortunately, several overburdened-looking file cabinets, and a weird painting which you can't really see very well from where you are.
What kind of? Let me guess. Patient regarded like files.
You can't see from where you are.
Damn it! I'm so short.
Well, you're
Let's
outside
just
the
go
office.
in, Doctor, and speak quietly.
Oh, of course, please, by all means.
Try and switch back to Brooklyn.
Excellent idea. I'm just going to sweep into his office.
Okay. There are several chairs and a couch.
I'm going to perch on the edge of his desk.
If you wouldn't mind, madam, this is there are chairs aplenty.
Oh, there's hardly enough. I'm very comfortable here. Thank you.
So, Doctor, if you will, Doc, if you will, I'm going to let Madam Eudora explain to you the situation.
Certainly. I'm, as the proverbial, all ears.
I gingerly...
He's the publisher.
Gingerly sit down.
All right, darling. It's
Posting by the door.
It's very simple. My client checked himself in here voluntarily under the auspices that he would still be in contact because he is in fact under contract with my company to finish his next book by the end of the month. As I have not heard from him in upwards of 6 months now, I've come to check on his well-being. I have brought these fine gentlemen with me, the doctors, to assess whether his treatment is proceeding in a fashion which is beneficial to both him and myself. His niece is, of course, here out of her own concern, and Mr. Willoughby is here, well, let's just say, as insurance. So if you don't mind, I would like to speak with my client immediately.
Excellent. It's worthwhile noting that Mr. Croswell is having some autophagic ideation and paranoid delusions, coupled with a possible psychotic breakdown. He checked himself into Danvers personally. At this point in time, due to his condition as well as his treatment, no visitations are allowed at this time.
Why is that, though?
As I just stated, he has an autophagic ideation. You as a doctor should know exactly what that means. Paranoid delusions, delusions of grandeur coupled with a psychotic breakdown.
I'm sorry, can I try using an intelligence check to see, like,
Doctor, what are you using for
You can
his
use
treatment?
medicine if you want to understand what the hell those words mean.
Yeah, because I'm like, what?
Those are actually all psych terms.
I want to know if I can tell how much of that is a lie.
Okay. You can determine that with... Let's see.
Can I do that too?
Samesies.
I would say the appropriate skill for that is...
Listen.
No, well, I don't know if it's listen or if it's something else. Let's double check.
It's probably psychology.
I think it is psychology. That is correct. That is 100% correct.
God damn it.
All right, I'll do it too. Why not?
Sure.
Nope.
All right.
So
where is he standing right now?
he's sitting behind his
Since I
desk,
definitely know.
actually.
And I'm sitting on his desk. I'm going to reach across and touch his hand again.
Oh.
He actually...
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, Clade, you got a hard success on that, actually. So, Clade, make a medicine check for me, please. And then let's determine once you understand what the hell those words were.
I mean, I already rolled a failure.
Oh, you failed in the medicine check.
You understood exactly what those words were. He rolled a psychology roll, and those were all psychological terms.
Sure.
Yeah, but
so,
that's not what psychology means.
Yeah,
psychology is like
right.
It's like an
is...
intuition roll.
Exactly.
Basically.
It's like insight, right? Medicine, however, determines medical terms or medical conditions. Exactly. So, unfortunately, although you didn't understand what these medical terms meant, you sort of got the gist from reading his particular body language. With a hard success, you determined that Dr. Winthorp isn't necessarily... I'm sorry, Dr. Berger isn't necessarily telling the truth entirely about the condition of Larry Croswell.
All right. I guess I nudge Bill, and I try to gesture at him.
While you do that, Eudora, when you reach for his hand, he sort of puts his hands in his lap, gently.
I just smile at him and lean back into my upright position.
Okay.
I'd recross my legs in the opposite direction.
Since you're
I'm tiny, so my feet are like dangling in the air.
You're actually on his desk, so why don't you actually, just for right now, really quickly, make a spot hidden check.
All right.
Get the closest to it. Okay, that's fine.
Oh.
Damn it. I'm not going to use luck on
Very good.
It's too many.
Okay, very good.
So go ahead, Dr. Clade.
Well, I was about to say, I nudge at Bill, like I'm trying to gesture without being too obvious to the doctor that, like, he ain't.
Can I see him gesturing?
Can you see him gesturing? Make a spot.
Can I see him gesturing at the spot hidden again?
You do one more spot hidden for that. Let's see.
All right.
Okay, yeah, you do see that, yeah.
I look over and I say, Dr. Clade, you seem concerned with the Dr. Berger's diagnosis. Would you like to make your own examination? I would be interested in a second opinion.
Well, perhaps it's from the... Well, I mean, considering I wouldn't want to be spending all kinds of God knows how much time in sort of ordeal state. I mean...
Dr. Clade, I'm paying you to help me get my client out of this place. I would suggest that if you would... I will insist on a second opinion if you think it's necessary.
I will as well.
Let's just make this simple. Listen, Doc. Okay? We're trying to do... I'm going to try and persuade him, Matt.
Okay.
We want to do this as cleanly as possible. Listen, it's against federal law to hold anybody against their will. It's very simple. All we have to do is have the doctors observe the patient. If I have to go get a warrant, it's not going to be good for the hospital, Doc. The FBI doesn't just show up at a hospital with a warrant. It's usually the police.
Make an intimidate check.
No, it's a persuasion check.
Oh, that sounded really intimidating to me, my friend.
I'm
trying to persuade him. I'm asking him nicely.
That didn't sound too nice when you said I'm going to come back here with like...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to agree with Matt.
He says, I'm sorry, Agent Willoughby. I'm just afraid that your attempt will have to await a warrant. Please be aware that Mr. Croswell checked himself in, so he is not being held against his will at all.
Well, then how long is he going to be spending his time here?
Until his treatment is completed.
And how long is that?
I have reason to believe
But
that
you see, Doc, we have evidence that suggests otherwise.
Oh, please, by all means. I'm more than willing to see this evidence.
Vera, would you like to present the evidence?
We don't need... Look.
As his relative, when we checked in with your nurse here, she said that we could visit as next of kin. So, when will that be possible?
Who is next of kin?
I am his niece.
I see. You are more than welcome then, if you have the evidence that you are his niece.
I've provided my identification.
Okay. Then, by all means, if you would like to, you will be supervised in your discussion with Mr. Croswell. He's down over in J-Wing, though.
Excellent. And as I have my team of doctors here as well as his employer, I do think it is very important that we are all able to see him.
Mm-hmm.
So, shall we all go to the J-Wing now?
Make a persuade check, Miss O'Day. I'm afraid that I can only let you, Miss O'Day.
Doc, can you cut the girls some slack, please? Please.
By all means.
I'm asking you, please.
I would just like to ensure that my uncle is receiving the proper care, and certainly, as the head of the hospital, would feel confidence in the way that things are being run there. You would have no fear for outside doctors to come in. Would you?
Also, Dr. Berger, with all due respect, we don't mean any trouble whatsoever. It's just we've been through a hard day as is, and we're only gonna be here temporarily as is, and we'd like to at least maybe say 10 minutes or so, we would like to come in to check in on his well-being, and then after that we shall proceed on our way out. At least, like I said, just a temporary visit.
Doc, please, can I just roll a persuade check, Matt?
So you've already done so, unfortunately. You've rolled intimidate.
No, I haven't.
You've
persuade check.
You rolled intimidate.
I know, now I'm trying to persuade.
I appreciate that. Let's start with Clade first. Clade, what is your intention here? To say that it will only be a temporary stay?
Yes.
He says...
Make it short, sweeten the deal.
He says, if you spend no more than 10 minutes here, as to not affect the patient's internal self-well-being...
By all means.
10 minutes.
Again, look. Just 10 minutes, in and out, we go.
Very well. 10 minutes it is. I am timing you. He takes out a small pocket watch out of his coat. And
now these 10 minutes begin when we arrive
10 minutes
at
starting
his room.
now.
So I certainly think the papers would be interested to hear at the treatment that the patients and visitors receive at your institution.
You now have 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Come on, Miss O'Day.
Let's go.
Keeper.
Yes.
During that whole time, I was wondering if I could have been scanning around the room and possibly getting a better look at that painting.
Make a spot hidden check. I'd say with the amount of time, you could get a bonus die on that one. Oh, hard success. Very good.
Wow.
Okay. So the first thing that you notice while everyone else was essentially trying to either persuade or intimidate or cajole their way...
Fast talk for the record.
their way into... Or anything. Freeman was unusually silent, sort of scanning the room, looking around at all these items, objets d'art. You happen to notice, actually, it's quite unusual, a painting. And it sort of attracted your eye at first Roscoe, because, well, you've seen a painting like this before. It's a painting of St. George and the dragon. It's an old medieval painting that you were used to seeing with St. George defeating the dragon with this spear, pinning it to the ground. This, however, is not that kind of painting. This is a painting, which I'm now showing to you, which shows a very sort of stylistic rendition of the dragon defeating St. George, his body akimbo on the ground.
Huh.
And it seems quite gruesome, actually. There are bloodstains all over the figure depicted as St. George. You also happen to see a framed Salem News photograph, which I'm also going to show you as well, which shows a younger-looking Dr. Berger shaking hands with a smiling older man, and the photograph reads, Dr. James Berger takes over Danvers State Hospital from Dr. William Shine.
William Shine. Have I ever heard that name?
You have not seen this photo.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, never mind.
Okay. I'm assuming the painting is something that's given how rare and unusual it is. Would I be able to place perhaps origin, artist, value?
You could make an appraise check.
Meaning?
Extreme.
Wow.
Extreme success. It's very strange because from your perspective, it seems to be one of a kind. The creation of said painting, however, is noted that it seems to be relatively new. It doesn't seem to have an old amount of paint on it. It seems to be made with acrylics. The date on it in the corner is 1922. Although, let me double check that. Let me fact check that real quick. Let me just check. Yeah, let's call it 1922. There's no specific date otherwise.
And was there a date for the photograph?
That one is... Let me check. There we go. 1915. In fact, there's a specific date. May the 7th, 1915.
Okay.
So,
cool.
Berger stands up, and as he does so, the door to the office opens, and two rather large orderlies enter the room, wordlessly. Berger says, "Take them to J-Wing. They have 9 minutes. Just make sure that they don't overstay their welcome, please. They're to see patient Croswell." And the two orderlies just go and turn and lead you through to J-Wing.
I will mention the details about the painting and the photograph to the rest of the group quietly.
Great.
Do I happen to know anything about this doctor?
Which doctor?
The one...
Dr. Shine.
Oh, Dr. Shine. Make a knowledge roll.
No, it's just in, right?
I would say that this is based on formal education, seeing as he's a member of the medical.
Oh,
so you could use education for this one.
What?
There you go, 93.
Ah.
You don't know who he is.
I also have a good education.
You can use luck if you want. They're only 13 points away.
Nah, I'm not a doctor.
Very good.
If it's an education-based role, could I also give it?
Sure,
a
go
shot?
for it.
Wow.
Oh my
There you go.
god.
Also fail.
I dodged a.
All right.
I dodged.
You dodged a fumble by 1. Yeah,
I'll tell you what. What the fuck? I'm gonna make one too.
go for it. Okay. With a 45.
Hey.
Hey, thank you.
2 successes. No hard successes.
Oddly
just
enough, I know
strange
he is.
successes.
Maybe.
Straight successes. No hard ones. So both you and Bill recognize the name William Shine. Unfortunately, he's deceased. He was a relatively well-known psychotherapist in his day, before the turn of the century. He took over administrative purposes at different hospitals throughout the Northeast, coming eventually to rest as the administrator for this one. He also happened to be sort of a globetrotter, from what you remember, Bill and Eudora. He would go to trips to Africa or the Middle East or Central America. He liked culture.
I'll relay that little bit I know to the group also quietly as we walk. Okay. How long does it take us to get to J-Wing?
It takes, I would say, walking through G, then H, then I-Wing. Well, probably 3 or 4 minutes. But what happens on the way to J Ward is actually what's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Jesus, hell of a walk.
yeah, it's a bit of time here. So starting in H-Wing, actually G-Wing, even better. Here, I'll show you some rather disturbing photos. Yay. Because that's always fun. When you approach G-Wing, you see all these sort of individuals standing around wordlessly. There we go. They're sort of half naked, wandering aimlessly in an open room. Some with arm restraints and these sort of glass-eyed, haunted looks. And as the two orderlies approach, the individuals in this room, they all just sort of shuffle away wordlessly.
Can I make another examination of these 2 people that are like escorting us?
What are you looking for specifically?
Well, I can't help but still be wary about the first lady with the weird...
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, make a spot hidden then.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's like another...
Sure.
Hey.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice.
Hard success. With that, let me double check here.
50-50.
Let me just see something here. Besides the fact that they are sort of mute and don't say a word to you, you do not see anything on their physical person that indicates the same thing as the nurse.
Okay. I gotta check.
Yeah, no, totally. Okay, 1 second here. Okay. You pass by a room and you hear the sort of crackling of electricity as you pass through G-Wing into H-Wing. It seems that based on the equipment here, things are relatively modern. They have all kinds of crazy treatments. As you look into one room, you see that there is an individual whose head is bandaged and who has these sort of these strange like discs on the side of their head, and he's just staring, and he's just sort of starting to shake a little bit as you pass by that room. You also see in H-Wing, well, actually, there's this sort of strange, like, offshoot off the room, and you see a shallow pool of fetid water. It's kind of looks like, I don't know what it is. It could be just dank water or something like that. Who's actually in the back of this group of people?
Probably me.
So Winthorp, go ahead and make
him or me, because I was on the desk. So
totally
maybe
fine. Winthorp,
together.
make a spot hidden check for me, please.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm rolling.
And then Miss Eudora. Hard success.
Ooh.
Great. As you look, Winthorp, you look at this awful sort of fly-ridden pool of water on the side of the hallway here. And there's like a hole in the wall. And you pass by because just turn your nose up why you're in this place in the first place. Ms. Eudora, as you pass by it, something much too large to fit into a pool of water that small sort of slithers out of it and quickly scuttles into the hole out of sight. Make a sanity roll.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, you take 1 sanity point loss.
Okay.
The water itself has this sort of odd blue-gray tint. Who's in the front of the group? I would think it would probably be Vera. Although you can dispute that if you'd like.
No, I think that
Okay.
would be.
I think I'm probably second or third.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm in the middle.
no problem.
Why don't we just call an order?
That's a great idea.
We just basically did.
So it sounds like it would be Vera, then Roscoe, then I would say Bill in the middle, then Clade, then
I
probably
feel like Winthorp and I are kind of like side by side.
Winthorp
maybe.
Winthorp and Eudora in the back. So in the front, Vera, as you pass by a door, immediately an arm reaches out through a hole in the door and it grabs you and pulls you up against the door. And it says in this weird sort of shivering voice through the hole in the door, you hear, "What do you know? Well, what do you know? What do you know?" And immediately the orderlies intervene and they pull their clubs out and they just start viciously bludgeoning the arm. Bam, bam, bam. You hear a scream like, and the arm retreats behind the door.
Oh,
that
we'll
fucking-
stagger away from the door.
Are you alright, Vera?
Oh, I think so.
I'm gonna try to look in that room as I pass it,
As you
like
do-
out of grabbing length, but
Totally.
just like looking in the window.
Yeah, I mean, the hole is just about head height. It's just darkness. Nothing.
Good God. What the hell is going on in this place?
The orderlies give no explanation, no apology. They simply walk on. Through H-Wing into I-Wing. You pass by a patient as you move into I-Wing, scrawling with chalk on the wall tiles. And all of you see this. There's no need to make a spot hidden check. The image is that of an obscene creature, a sort of dragon-like toad creature with a multitude of eyes. And as you do so, the patient drawing in chalk looks at you like, keeps drawing on the wall. A minute later, you pass by a female
Oh,
patient.
I was gonna do something.
Oh, go
dumb,
for it,
but
please,
okay.
by all means.
As I pass, I'm not gonna touch him. I'm gonna touch his drawing.
Okay. You walk over to the drawing, and I know you want to make an occult roll, right? As you do so, the patient like immediately runs over to you and just goes, "Yeah!" And then the orderlies just run over to him and they just start beating him on his head. And the guy just crumples to the ground.
Really wasn't necessary, but okay. And then I'm gonna touch the drawing.
Okay, make an occult roll.
I just did. Fail.
You get nothing.
Okay.
A short time later, maybe 20 or 30 seconds, you pass by a female patient drawing an eerily similar creature on a sketch pad, while a nearby, sort of grossly obese patient looks out across the hall at a space on the wall of the hall with nothing on it, and he's just mumbling to himself. He's like, "There are eyes. There's so many eyes." In fact, I'll show you the handout here.
Ugh.
Can we make out anything he's saying?
Make a listen check, Vera. Sorry, my voice is dying here. I need more water.
It's okay.
May
I am also going to make a listen check.
Go for it.
May I do
I
so
would
as
like
well?
to as well.
All of you can if
Oh,
you'd
I
like.
fumbled.
Okay. Yeah, you don't go deaf on a fumble with listen, so.
Wow.
You just don't hear anything, unfortunately.
Just hear nothing.
Uh,
Well, if I was going to fumble something, I'm glad it was that.
Indeed.
it's too bizarre.
1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 listens. Ah, there we go.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. Dr. Winthorp, you're able to make out a few words with a hard. He keeps sort of saying the same thing over and over again. He keeps just saying, eyes, eyes, so many eyes, eyes. Okay. Anything else? If not, we move on to J-Wing.
Yeah. Say, move on, yeah.
Okay. As you move into J-Wing, one of the orderlies actually sort of picks up the pace as he notices something, because there is an individual rubbing himself on the wall. He is naked, and he is rubbing himself on the wall doing this, like moving back and forth, like making an angel, almost, rubbing himself on the wall. The orderly immediately approaches this guy and just starts beating him mercilessly. And the orderly says nothing. And neither does the patient. He doesn't even scream. But as you pass by what he was rubbing on the wall, you see that it is actually smears in blood and feces of that same creature. Everybody make a sanity roll.
Jesus. Ooh. Oh no.
The green one, right?
Green, yeah,
Yes.
it is green. Yep.
Ooh.
Extreme successes on the
Nice.
sanity roll, unfortunately. Don't do anything except...
Don't know if that's a good or bad.
It's like, it's fine, it's blood, it's poop, it's fine. However, unfortunately, Miss O'Day, you do not take the sanity roll success. So you roll a 1. I'll roll, actually, a 1d2. This is how many points of sanity you lose. Okay, only 1. So you lose 1 point of sanity.
It's pretty gross.
Yeah. But yet, you pass through I-Wing into J-Wing. Okay. Okay. The orderlies pass through J-Wing into one of the cells, labeled J12. And they stop in front of the cell. And one of them takes out a ring of keys from his pocket, places it into the door, unlocks it, and opens the cell. The cell is lit from within from a meager electric lamp above the cell at the top of it, in which you see Larry Croswell. I'm going to show you a picture of what Larry Croswell looked like before his incarceration. This is what you expect Larry Croswell to look like.
Okay,
Handsome man.
arguably.
This is probably from the back, like the back
Damn.
dust cover of his latest book. Right?
Adam's Family?
Sure.
Or Clark Gable.
Absolutely. He's got that sort of Clark Gable look to him.
Yeah.
The individual that you see inside this cell barely looks human.
What the fuck?
He is haggard. His hair is in patches. And his eyes are shut. And there are stains of tears on his face through dirt and dust. And as the door opens, he sort of puts his hand reflexively up.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. Please. Who?
And his eyes focus on Vera and says,
Vera,
Larry?
please. Who are these? Who are these people?
Oh, your cousins. You remember your publisher.
the two orders, like, look at each other.
Are you well?
No, I'm awfully ill. I'm here in this place to get better.
Can I make a psychology check?
What are you attempting to do?
Just trying to make it seem like he... Just trying to listen in on the tone of his voice, like trying to see how much of a liar he's like.
Yeah. Go for it and make a psychology check then, yeah.
Shit.
Can't pick up anything. He's very convincing.
I want to do something that is like a 3-stage process.
Oh boy, here we go.
Right.
I'm going to walk forward.
Okay, into the cell?
Well, at least to the doorway. I need to get past the orderlies. So whichever one is closer to me, I want to try to touch him lightly enough that he doesn't notice.
Okay.
See if I get anything off of him.
Okay.
That's the first 2 stages, so we can try those 2 first.
All right. So what you would probably use for that would be sleight of hand.
That's what I thought. So...
Come on.
Sleight of hand you have.
I do, yes. That's... All right.
You are able to brush up against one of the orderlies without him noticing.
See if I get anything from him.
Nothing.
But I am going to sort of look up at him kindly and say, I'm sorry, darling. Could you just step back and give us a moment? I think you're making him nervous.
He just stares at you.
Please, love. I'm not going to do anything. Just let us talk to him.
Larry sort of stands up from his place, and you just, for the first time, you're hearing all these, like, awful screams from Jay Ward. Like, sobs, shrieks, giddy laughter from all the different cells around Jay Ward. And all the doors used to be, like, wood, now they're all metal.
Larry...
But the orderly is not stepping away, not stepping out of Larry's line of sight.
Nope.
Well, all right, fine, if you must be that way.
Lawrence, are you here of your own... Larry, are you here of your own free will?
Yes. Yes, I am. Of course I am.
Don't you think you would recover better at home? Let's go.
No, I'm very ill. I need to stay here until I'm better.
I think we'll look after you. Can I touch him?
You, like, move in to touch him, and the orderlies just, like, put your hand out. They put their hand out.
Can I have another... Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going to look at the orderly and say, I'm sorry, we were told we are allowed to see him. Does that mean we're have to stay 10 feet away? This is absurd. That's his niece.
I want to see if I can also have an examination around the room.
It's a white padded room with stains of different kinds all around.
I have a question about the wing.
Yeah.
Do these steel doors have, like, are they just full steel or are they like bars with a window?
No, they are full steel doors.
Huh.
Larry stands up and says,
Gents, come on. She's my niece. Please.
And he's going to roll a persuade. And hopefully does something akin to actually...
He gets to try to persuade them.
He's a patient.
Fine.
Hold on. Where is it? There we go. Larry Croswell. it's not bad. Oh, okay, cool. Boop. Nope.
Oh.
Fail. He says, come on, just a few minutes, please. You can stand right outside the door.
Or you could come in with us.
Larry Croswell looks at you specifically, Eudora, and just goes.
Or not. Fine.
Larry, would you like to send any letters to the rest of our family? Would it be possible for us to sit down and write something so you can let them know how you're doing? It's been a while since anyone's heard from you.
Yes! I would love to make sure that my family is aware of my current condition.
All right, so look to the orderly. Pen and paper?
He takes this clipboard that he's been carrying on his sort of back pocket. It's a clipboard probably no bigger than that. Hands it to you with a pen.
All right, Larry, would you like to write it or would you take it to me?
Certainly, I'll be more than happy to write.
Great, hand him the instruments.
Okay. He starts writing on the piece of paper, continuously looking at you, Vera, the whole time. He hands a note to you, quickly, Vera, and it says this.
Please make sure that these letters do get to all of my lovely little cousins. They're also beautiful.
Yes, and they miss you so. Now, if you don't mind, I would just like for you to write something down for the publishing company here. As you can see, Madame Eudora has come to visit because she's checking up on your book, and it seems as though you haven't been in touch with them either. So one more letter, please.
Of course.
How many minutes is a pen?
This pen is out of ink. Excuse me, orderly. This pen has no more ink in it. I can't.
Well, that won't do.
I can't write with a pen with no ink.
He hands the pen to the orderly, and the order's like,
Yeah.
As this is going on, I've been shuffling through my cards, and while the orderly is distracted with the pen, I'm going to flash the card at Larry that I pulled, which I'm going to assume he will know because he is a student of folklore.
Okay.
And it is the Ten of Wands reversed, which means strength, energy, and cleverness.
Energy and cleverness.
So it's sort of like I'm giving it to him as a gift.
Okay.
Saying, I need you to be strong and clever.
Okay. I like that. That's kind of cool. He takes it and he says...
Once again, totally random.
He says, thank you for this. I don't think they allow gifts in the hospital, though. And he looks at you in the eyes, and you can tell that he's like, his intense stare. Make a psychology with a bonus.
All right. Purple.
Ooh. Okay, hard success. Ooh. Yeah, you can tell that he really appreciated that gift, and that he is 100% sane. Like, his intense stare, and he's just, like, looking at you guys like... He could just be saying, help me, for all he knows.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any kind of equipment around here as we're talking with this person?
You see a whole bunch of other cells, but yeah, beyond that, no equipment. You hear sounds of strange electrical things going on in the hospital, and screams, unfortunately.
Well, Larry, if you say you're not better yet, when do you expect that to be?
Certainly, hopefully before the new moon.
Which is when?
2 days from now.
All right, should we come back for you?
Hopefully you come back before then. Dr. Berger says that I'm in for quite an experience when that happens. We wouldn't want that.
I'm going to say to him, Larry, have you finished the story of the upside-down tower yet? And Larry will know that the tower reversed means imprisonment.
Ah, I like that. He says, "No, how could I have the time to finish a story while I'm here, getting better?"
Well, I definitely want you to get better. And we will finish that story just as soon as we can.
Yes, quite so. Thank you for your visit. Do appreciate it. The orders look at each other like,
Oh, it really hasn't been 10 minutes, has it?
oh, it's been more, but I'm not counting.
Well, we've had checks and stuff like that too.
That's true.
So.
They take time.
They do.
All right.
We'll visit again tomorrow.
That would be quite wonderful, especially before the new moon.
All right.
Yes, absolutely. That is one of my favorite stories, Larry.
Maybe you could check out some of the other stories I've written in the library in Danvers. There's quite a lot of information in the library in Danvers that maybe you could avail yourself of.
We would be more than happy to do that. Is there any books you'd like us to check out for you while we're there?
No, just look up all kinds of books that I've written or books about the and as he does so, like the orderlies just take the door and they start closing it.
My ears just perk up from the
library.
Oh, Larry, we'll see you soon.
Door closes.
What a fine fellow.
I've never seen him like that.
We'll talk outside.
Let's go outside.
I agree. I don't want to stay here longer than...
So let's go outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
There were no windows or anything like that.
0 windows in J Ward. The only place where there were windows was the main hallway.
Is there anything? What is past J Ward?
Nothing.
J Ward is the end, the last ward.
That is correct.
Yeah, like according to the map, yes.
Yeah.
And there's no doorway at the far end of the hallway. It's just a blank wall.
It is a wall.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm pinging it right now.
This place certainly shows of age, though, right?
I'm just sort of going to look as we walk. Is there any ventilation in this ward?
You look up at the ceiling. There are pipes, which you assume are heating pipes of some kind. You don't see any fresh water pipes, that's for certain.
All right, I'll meet you guys up front. I'm just gonna go outside.
Well, we're gotta be a hell of a walk to get back first.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Go
rush
back
off.
through. When we pass the room with the puddle in it, I am definitely not looking in the door.
When you pass the room with the puddle in it, there is no puddle.
Well, shit.
Nor is there a hole in the wall.
Ma'am, are you okay?
I'll tell you later. Let's get out of here.
Right. Fucking loud.
I have a feeling these walls have ears.
Right.
So,
Alright,
you guys traverse yourselves back through I, H, and G wing, finding the air somewhat more clearer, less filled with dread and suffering.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Have we seen a typewriter?
Have you seen a typewriter? Make a retroactive spot hidden check.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was in meaning to make that
No
one.
problem.
Shall we all do that?
If you'd like,
Wow,
sure.
I dodged a bullet again.
2 fails.
Oh yes, big fail.
3 fails.
Damn it.
Go for 4. Go for 4. This is the most spot hidden fails I've ever seen you guys roll. I gotta be honest.
That's a lot. Yeah.
I mean, enough fumbles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
there
auspicious.
you
Look at that. Another fail. Go for 5, guys. Go for 5. 5 at 5 we end. I'm just kidding. At 5 you lose the game.
I don't want to lose.
Oh! Who's left, Bill?
Yeah, it's Bill.
That's right. It's only
Only Bill.
Bill, save us.
Come on, Bill.
Come on, Bill.
I wouldn't be looking for a typewriter.
You'd be looking for a drink.
Investigator.
Orderly comes
No,
behind us and
right,
whacks each
fine.
of us on the head like it's.
Okay.
So, in your search for typewriters, you did not see one.
All right.
So I'm assuming that you guys
Almost did it that way.
you guys come back to the main hallway, or unless you guys go straight out of the building.
Well, you have to go through the main hall to get out.
Correct,
yeah,
but
to
I
get
don't
to
know
where
if you
the car
stop
is.
in the
Yeah.
main hall, talk to Dr. Berger, talk to any of the nurses, talk to any of the patients. I don't know.
Is Dr. Berger there in the main hall? Or is
He's
he
not
back
in the
his
main hall.
office?
Sorry.
Do you want to speak to the doctor, or do you just want to leave? I'm actually going to ask that to the group, because
I'd actually like to leave.
Where's the library?
in town we have to go.
I,
He said, let's talk outside. I say again, looking around to see if anyone... Can I tell if anyone's listening to us as we speak in the lobby?
Meaning listening in on your conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, that's like a notice check, so that's like a spot hidden, essentially. Yeah.
All right.
I'd like to do that as well because
That's absolutely, that's fair.
That's been bothering me.
I can imagine.
Oh,
for 6 months.
hard pass.
Okay. You do happen to notice your presence in the asylum has certainly not gone unnoticed. Patients of various types in various stages of insanity have noticed your presence there. Whether you have been noticed in terms of your conversation is not necessarily known at this point.
Even with a hard success?
I mean, there was this one guy. He kind of smiled at you as you guys were talking. He had this sort of weird, leering sort of look at
An
you.
orderly or a
He was an
patient?
orderly, yeah. Definitely an orderly. Definitely not a patient.
He's here in the lobby with us.
No, you passed him in G Wing. But he stayed there.
All right. I don't necessarily want to go back into G-Wing right now. Was that the one that's right inside the lobby?
It's about maybe 100 feet to the west.
Just going to look around and say, oh, God damn it, I dropped my handkerchief. 1 second. I'm going to go back down the hallway to look for that man who was smiling at me.
Okay. He's still there, and as you approach, he smiles at you again.
I'm just going to say, I'm sorry, excuse me, I appear to have dropped my handkerchief. Have you seen it? And I'm going to brush my hand against his hand.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Oh.
What are you doing, lady? You patient
I'm
here?
sorry, I was... No, I'm a guest. I was just being friendly, but I lost my handkerchief in the hallway. Have you seen it?
No, I'm seeing a handkerchief. You're not a patient?
No, no, I'm not a patient. Do I look like a patient?
You got a strange way of talking.
Oh, well, yes, that's because I'm not from around here.
Neither am I. I'm from Texas.
Oh, what brings you up to here, to this asylum?
Work.
Oh, do you like your work?
I love my work.
Really? What do you like about it?
I like making people better.
How do you make people better?
In lots of ways. I can make you better.
Like what? I was kind of looking like, oh, you talk like I've never heard a line like that before, darling. You're going to have to try a lot harder.
No, I can try a lot harder.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Well,
let's go outside.
Madam.
Thank you. This was a delightful waste of my time. You have a lovely afternoon. I just turn and walk back out.
He just puts his fingers to his brow, gives you one of those.
Did I get anything off of him when I touched his hand?
You didn't get to touch his hand.
Oh, I thought he just noticed me touching his hand, not that I didn't.
He sort of when you attempted to touch his hand, he sort of peeled back a bit. That's why he was like, "What are you trying to do, lady?"
Gotcha. All right, fine. Out the front door.
Okay, out you go. The sky has darkened somewhat as the six of you exit Danvers State Hospital. What do you wish to do?
Well, that was certainly the most godly, forsaken place I've ever wanted to be in.
Well, obviously, we should go to the library.
Yes, we should absolutely go to the library. I think, Dr. Clade, Professor Clade, your talents are about to be of great use to all of us.
Oh, by all means.
And we should start compiling evidence for a warrant.
That too.
Because I have a feeling that folks in there are being held against their will.
Well, let's talk about this in the car, shall we, while we drive?
I could have sworn there's something wrong about those people that work there. Just
absolutely,
yes. I don't know what it is.
We have 2 days to get a warrant.
And also, one of those, the lady nurse has something about her ear. Just.
I assume we're having this conversation in the car by now.
You should be, yes. I hope.
Yes.
Yeah.
But as we're driving out of here, yes. So something wrong with your ear? What do you mean?
I don't know. It's like some kind of bite mark on it. It's just some kind of tear. Just it's off. Really off.
A lot of those patients are pretty off too. It could have just been a patient that did that.
Yeah, but I mean.
But she's weird. Yeah.
But.
Well, one thing I'm.
We can all agree that they're all weird.
One thing I'm certain of is that Larry is absolutely 100% sane and is definitely being kept here against his will. But he said something about the new moon, and we were conversing using tarot cards, and there is a moon, but there's not a new moon, which means that something is happening whenever the next new moon is coming.
Which, by the way, I have to say, Sarah, when you said you drew the moon card, I was like,
what do you mean? So, what do you mean by the new moon? Like, what?
You know, when there's no moon in the sky, the night when you can't see the moon.
All right.
Which I don't know. I'm going to look up. Is the moon out yet? Mr. Keeper, is the moon out yet?
Not quite yet, no.
Okay, so we can't see where we are in the moon cycle.
We have 2 days till new moon.
2 days until the new moon?
2 days until the new moon is what the patient said. 2 days until the new moon.
Oh, okay, I missed the 2 days. Thank you, Bill.
Not gonna lie.
Well, he told us to go to the library. He said to look for books that he's written. So I think we should look for books that he's checked out.
But like, how? I'm just trying to think. Like, what are these books would be able to help us out in this situation? Because, well,
I don't know, but Larry does.
Time is of the essence. So go to the library, look at the books. I'm gonna go to a bar and find a phone.
Well, first,
and a drink, I'm sure.
What if?
Of course.
Let's go. Yes, Roscoe. Yes, sorry.
What if Larry wants to be there, not because he's sick, but because he's found something related to folklore that he thinks might be real?
That's entirely possible. That actually sounds a lot like Larry.
It does, especially since he didn't want to leave with us, and the note that he wrote says that something's very wrong at the Denver State Hospital.
Also, I think he was frightened to leave, because when I said the orderlies could come in the room, he looked at me as if that was a terrible idea.
So maybe you guys can go figure that out in the library.
Well, that's what we're discussing it while we drive. We're in the car driving to town.
Oh, sorry, let me move the car. Apologies.
Someone dropped me off at a bar. Or someone dropped me off in town.
There is a nearby. There's a lot of things in town, and I will tell you exactly. This car is very fast all of a sudden. Hold on.
Yay!
Right now.
We've been chatting for a while.
Right. You leave and head into Danvers proper. Okay. Here is Danvers, Massachusetts.
I apologize. I'm going to be right back again.
Take your time. Before we go any further.
Why will you not let me zoom in? There.
So this is, as well, this is a map of actual Danvers, Massachusetts.
Nice.
I'm going to indicate certain areas of the map, which are useful to have in case you guys want to start researching what's going on. There is the Peabody Institute Library of Danvers, which is the town's public library, which is essentially where you guys are all 6 right now.
Where we are, okay.
Where you are. That is the sort of main library area.
All right.
There is also the Danvers Historical Society.
All right.
Which is across the way in the park right over here. There is the Danvers Town Hall, which is in the building right next door. There is also the archive morgues of the Danvers Herald and Salem News, the local newspaper outlets, which are actually right here, this black building right here. Then there is this black building right here, which is the bar.
Of course there's a bar. There has to be, right?
Absolutely. So, as you guys zoom into town, a sort of gray evening coming into the village of Danvers, and park your car on the street, where do you wish to go? Again, I'm going to remark on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places that one can go to.
We should certainly split up and make the best use of our time. I'm just going to ask, who's the best in libraries?
I am.
I mean, you certainly are. Does anyone else need to go with you? I've got a 30 in library use. Better than basic, but not great.
I have a 35. I read a lot of scripts.
Anybody else higher than that?
I have an 80.
Yes, you are definitely going to the library.
Nerd alert! Okay.
Right.
He probably has books that the library doesn't have.
How about Winthorp? Winthorp's a doctor, for God's sake.
Yeah, I have 50.
Right.
50.
Yep.
All right. So I guess we
And,
send.
Freeman?
Oh, I'm on a 20.
Oh.
All right. So I'm guessing then
He doesn't do reading.
Winthorp and Cade are going to hit the library.
All right.
Which one? The library. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I will go, I think, to the newspaper.
The newspaper morgue. Okay.
Yes.
Bill, you're gonna hit the bar.
Yeah, I'm looking for a phone.
Superb. How about Vera and Roscoe? Where are you guys gonna go?
I'm going to the library.
Okay. So I have 3 people going to the library, 1 person going to the morgue, 1 person going to the bar. That leaves Roscoe.
I will be going to the Historical Society.
Okay.
That's a good place for you.
Excellent.
Excellent.
All right. 1 second here. Let's just check the time. Oh, it's goodness gracious. It's 1:40 in the morning. Who knew? Guys.
I knew this was going to go forever.
It is. But I think it's not going to go as... I think we could finish this in another session. I'm pretty sure we can finish this in another session. Are you guys all keen to do this again next month? Where you find out more
absolutely.
crazy shit about this particular town?
Why not?
Absolutely.
And maybe get involved in life-threatening situations that might steal your sanity.
Absolutely. Why else are we here?
I
By all
mean,
means.
I like it.
I hope you're here to have fun.
Certainly
Well,
fun.
that too.
It's definitely more intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ah.
Cool.
I like it.
Maybe we can all have cells together.
Good gosh. All right.
It'll at least be padded.
I think you guys are doing just great. So, with that in mind, where were we? Oh, yes. I need to do a little bit of finishing up here, I guess. There we go. Great. Okay, cool. So, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to say thank you guys for joining us on our crazy first chapter of Genius Loci. So before we say goodnight for the evening, we want to thank you guys who watched us tonight. We are going to go around the horn here. Let's start with up here in the top right. Alex, who are you? And where can people find you on the internet in case they want to know more about you? Oop, you're muted, buddy.
I'm Alex, and you can find me on Twitter at A1G0RITHM.
Cool. Thank you, Alex. Up here at the top, we have Jonathan. Jonathan, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on Twitter at freshly_zested and blue before orange on Instagram.
Nice. Those are awesome names. Up here on the top left, Sarah, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on the net of inter at Lovely Llama on both Twitter and the Instagram.
Cool, cool, cool. Down here in the bottom left, Scepter, who are you and where can people find you on the internet?
Hello, I am Scepter, and you can find me at KRano on Twitter, where you see me post shenanigans, randomness, art, whatever comes to mind on the internet these days.
Excellent. Our newcomer, Vanessa. How'd you like it? How'd you like it?
Oh, yeah. This is great.
Okay.
So, looking forward to finishing.
Yeah, we'll finish this up certainly next month. How can people find you on the internet?
I'm on Instagram at vanessa.malanga.
Awesome.
My name.
Fantastic. And down here in the bottom right, Christopher, where can people find you on the internet?
You guys can get me at Endymion's Fury on Instagram and Twitch, Xbox. It's all the same. I think Steam too. I'm on
Fantastic. I'll put all the social links in the doobly-doo, and also we're going to post this to YouTube too. So thank you guys all for joining us. We'll be back next month with more Call of Cthulhu, where we'll be finishing up Genius Loci off. Until then, folks, have a great Thanksgiving holiday, right? I think we're all going to have some nice family times and not go insane.
Well, depends on your family.
See how I did this, guys? I did this right before Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving drives you fucking insane anyway. That said, thank you guys for joining us here on Call of Cthulhu Night this month in November. And as I say every time, take care of each other and yourselves. Bye, everybody.
Splicers.